There we go. Oh my god, I'm watching. It was so uncomfortable doing this, right? So you know, I'm actually on time. Yeah, we're just vibing. Yeah, man. Oh, Lord. What a Chad. Absolute legend out here. What's his name? Coop? That's all. What an absolute legend. Oh. Didn't I was watching your giveaway stream. I was having fun with that one. Oh, okay. What's the
good boys?
Like just got.
What the fuck? Am I in here? Am I in here?
Yeah,
You're good. You're good. Okay.
now we're just waiting on Spinach.
We got Ichi and Kevin. We just need me now. Also, I'm still waiting on me drawing as Godzilla. I need that to happen.
Okay, like hold on. I live in Louisiana, so what time exactly is it supposed to be starting?
14.
Okay, so that's for us. Okay, all right.
Exactly 14 minutes.
Ooh, shut the fuck up. Pretty good.
Tired.
Post-prom depression, but that's about it. Bro, I'm still. I need me drawn as Godzilla. I need that to happen.
I don't.
Oh, please let it happen. I need to join.
Okay, so wait. It's okay. Let's get like this straight. Is Tekkadan strictly judging, or is he like debating too here and there, or is he strictly judging?
What I was actually fuck it, I'll reveal this now. After they all debate, I want to have a crack at it as well as the final debate, and I'll be using Space Godzilla for that. If that's okay with you, if not, then I'm content with only judging.
No. It's perfectly cool. I just wanted to make sure.
Because you're good. You're good. And when the debates are going to start, because I'm a very experienced judge. I've had to do more judging than debating at this point. I'm going to be asking each participant questions, make sure we got all of it set. So like the rules of the actual fight that's going to be happening. So standard battle assumptions, which I will explain because I know you guys are probably not familiar with that. And then as well as certain things like are you okay with minor judging interference? Like if stuff starts going circular, then I will cut in to stop that, because if it's going circular and to be able to just continue onwards, it's not fun. So there are going to be things that I will be interfering on, but for your arguments specifically, I will not. The only times I will ever interfere is if you guys ask for clarification on the other person's argument, or you ask me to clarify your argument.
Right.
That's the only times. Exactly. Like So speaking of which, scans, because I know you guys do have scans. Should probably make a scans channel so it's not just general. That's just generally what we do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So wait, let's check this out. I know I'm Kong. I think Bowie has Monster, Teaser, Kaiser Ghidorah. Who does Spinach and Greenlee have again?
Okay, so if I remember correctly, Bowie has King Caesar and Monster X. Mm-hmm. Greenlee has Godzilla and Destroya, and Spinach has Mecha Godzilla and King Ghidorah. Okay. I was gonna say we don't need more hasted characters in this. We don't need that.
So wait. So Tekkadan, you and Grant are doing Space Godzilla?
No.
I thought I had things correct, but apparently it didn't want to work. Damn it! I had one shot at glory, and I failed. All right. Hi everyone, and welcome to the Kaiju Debate. So, to those of you that don't know, we've been discussing this for the past 2 weeks, and if you haven't heard about it, my God, where have you been? It's literally been everywhere. So today I am joined with who do I want to choose first? I'm joined with Killian. How you doing?
What's up, Grant? How's it going?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. And I'm also joined with Bowie, CWSpinach, and Tekka. One of you go first. I'm gonna choose one. CWSpinach, you go first.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? How's everyone's wonderful Saturday afternoon?
All right, one of you two fight for the next one.
That's all I got.
What's good, guys? How's everybody doing? I'm looking forward to judging this debate.
And
I'm doing pretty all right. Can't complain. Had a pretty nice morning, nice shower, all good to go, freshened up. I thought it was gonna start in 3 hours from now, but I'm not dumb. We're good to go.
Time zones are weird. Time zones.
I'm starting to think Bowie should have been Kevin, honestly.
I wanted Kevin. I just like, you know what? I like Kevin because Kevin. And then everyone agreed on it, and they're just like, screw it, whatever, we're gonna go with it. Alright, so
no matter what body I have, I will always be confused.
Yeah, no matter what body I have. I remember that. Bro, that video blew up. The one that I had, it has like over almost 200,000, and I didn't even make any sense. I even got the head names wrong. I even got the anyways, so today we will be discussing different kaijus going up against Kong. And if I remember correctly, I'm gonna speak for everybody on this. I probably forgot this. The kaijus that each of us will be going for, Killian's got strictly Kong. Tekka's got Space Godzilla. CWSpinach has Mecha Godzilla and King Ghidorah, while BigBoyBouie has King Caesar and Mecha Godzilla? Question mark?
Monster.
No, I
damn it! Okay, that one.
You almost did it, man. You almost did it.
Almost got it. Almost got it. All right. So, to start things off, I want to welcome Tekkadan as the judge. He will be judging everything. He'll explain the rules and everything. But before we start, I just want to let it be known, everything going into this is facts, and if things are just speculation or relate in speculation to what's going on, then it's valid unless Tekka says otherwise, because he's got more experience in the judging aspect than he does the debating aspect. So I thank him for being here, and I thank all of you.
Go that far? Come on.
Just let me praise you. And thank you for everybody who joined the stream, and to everyone who is a part of this debate today. Let's get started. So the first one going is, I believe, Bowie and Killian. Let's get started. All right, Tekka, if you want to explain the rules, go right ahead.
Alrighty, so I'm assuming, seeing as you guys knew this, we're going to be functioning under standard battle assumptions. So you guys will be fighting in a neutral space, which is, generally speaking, it is normally Central Park, but that really shouldn't have any play into this. So just take it as a neutral space.
There's like nothing there.
Yeah, take this as a neutral space. Standardized equipment will be used. So Killian, I'm assuming you're coming in with an axe, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay, that will be used as well. Now, do you guys want to agree to a 3 fallacy rule? If you guys know what that is.
I'm not smart enough for that.
So, actually, wait, that shouldn't even be put into You guys actually don't know fallacies. That's right. Okay.
I am Googling fallacies right now.
It's essentially things I'm willing. So if you commit a fallacy, it essentially invalidates your claim. Under the 3 fallacy rule, you commit 3 fallacies, you concede the debate. This shouldn't really come into play, so I'll just if fallacies end up happening, I might just tally them and see where it goes by the end.
Will you let us know? Let us know whenever the fallacies hit. Just to let us know, because we don't know what those are. So
no, well, okay. If I'll explain fallacies that were hit at the end of it, and I'll determine whether or not that sways my judgment. Generally, it won't. If they're called out, then they're called out, but we'll see by the end of it.
Okay.
So, You guys do agree? You guys already have agreed to me judging. Do you guys agree to minor judging interference? Mean that if, say, an argument starts going circular, I will cut in and stop it because we really don't need that happening.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
Perfect. Okay, so you guys know what a premise is, right?
No.
Okay, so that is essentially the
Shut up,
base.
Grant.
That's essentially the first part to your argument. So whoever wants to scale their character first, essentially, whoever wants to scale their character first is going to state their premise first. So say for Killian, his premise would be, I believe Con wins via X, Y, and Z. Here is all the evidence, and here's my arguments. But that's after. So we'll say premise would be, I believe Con wins by X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
Done. Then Bowie goes, I believe that Caesar wins via X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
Then Killian will scale Con and Bowie will scale Caesar. It could be the other way around. It's up to you guys. So,
Okay.
who wants to scale their character first?
You go ahead, Killian.
Okay, so who is this? Is this Caesar Ghidorah or Caesar?
This
Who is this?
is Caesar.
All right.
This is Caesar. Okay. And Kong has his axe, correct?
Yes.
Mhm.
So state your
Absolutely.
premises, my friend.
Okay. I believe Kong wins on the ground, especially with his axe. I believe he wins strictly because of well, hold on. Let me look at this. Okay, I believe Kong wins. Actually, I believe he wins because of looking at Caesar's feats. I don't think Caesar has the feats to beat Kong. His feats don't back up what compared to Kong feats.
Okay. Bowie, what is
Done.
your premise?
Well, my premise is of Caesar being known to use martial arts in combat. And a big part of those martial arts include, and the two ones I really want to go over are jujitsu and what's it called? Thang Ta.
All right. So, Killian, would you like to scale Con, get into a certain level?
Let me see. Kong.
Okay.
This is
He's
essentially
They
going
can't
to be
hear
the
me.
basis for your.
They can't hear me.
This is the argument section.
So this is the feats
The
that
debate
Bowie
has
came up
begun.
with. I don't know if they're watching.
Okay.
If they are,
well, yeah. I'm going to scale Kong. I'm
Can I
going to say
say,
he's
this one's like whatever.
You guys,
Yeah.
you guys have free reign now.
so
Okay.
Kong. I'm sorry, boy.
so this is what he came up with.
You're going
Jujitsu
first.
right here.
Okay,
The
Kong is,
learning how to deal with larger opponents.
without his axe, he's island threat. That's without his axe. With his axe, I give him city threat for sure. I don't think Caesar. With or without his beams, I don't think Caesar can amount up to that.
Well, okay. Caesar obviously has never been shown to wield a weapon, and so he's straight to his hands and always has been. He does have the ability to reflect beams back at opponents, but that's only strictly if an opponent has a beam. I think we both can agree there, correct?
Yes.
But we can also agree that Caesar is experienced within martial arts. And with Kong, for example, I'm not going to say that Kong is a bad fighter, because that would be a complete lie if I said that. Absolutely complete lie if I said Kong was a bad hand-to-hand fighter. But he has never been shown to or ever described to be a martial artist, correct? He is a very experienced street fighter, and you're welcome to disagree with that. But throughout Kong's life, he's always been fighting for, honestly, on Skull Island, he's been fighting the Skull Crawlers and probably, there was Kamazov, all kinds of different ones, correct?
Correct. But if I'm not mistaken, doesn't Caesar fight for the royal family? He protects the royal family. Am I correct?
It depends on the version. Does Final Wars? I do not think it was in Final Wars. I saw Final Wars like 5 days ago, and I don't think there was any mention of that.
Yeah, if you guys would like to clarify, there was no mention of that in Final Wars.
Okay.
Okay, well, if my research is correct, and please correct me if it's not, Caesar needed Godzilla's protection. He was under Godzilla's protection.
He fought Godzilla in Final Wars.
Okay, you're going by Final Wars. Okay. Well, back to the martial arts thing, and I believe I stitched one of your videos on this, Bowie, on TikTok. I don't know if you've seen it. When you talk about Kong in combat, and yes, I do know Caesar is a very good martial artist. He is. But one of the biggest lies when it comes to fight knowledge, and yes, you can look this up, even multiple fighters have said it, is size doesn't matter. And seeing that not only can Kong, keep up with him in combat, Kong also has the size and strength to back it up.
Well, another thing I wanted to add on here, and granted, there is not an official sighting for any of Kong's weight, but comparing Final War Caesar to Kong, it's the same as comparing somebody who's 6'1" and 6'1.5". They're only 7 feet difference in height. Overall weight, we don't have a confirmed, and like I said, this is not confirmed, but this is what different biologists have said for an estimation on Kong's weight, and that was 55,000 tons, which once again, that is not that's not canon. That is not an official number. But 55,000 tons, that is comparing to King Caesar's 50,000 tons. That's kind of like comparing a 170-pound, 6'1" male to a 190-pound, 6'1.5" male. And yes, there's a size advantage there, but it's not an extreme size advantage, and I think we both can agree on that.
Yes, we can. But Kong, even with the size that he does have, Kong can lift. We're talking about Kong now. Kong can lift, if I'm not mistaken, 20 times his body weight, if not 25 times his body weight.
Do we have a feat of that?
Is it valid?
Yes.
Is it valid? That's the real question.
This is Ancient Kong. Ancient Kong.
But we're using
Ancient Kong.
GVK's
yes.
Kong,
Okay.
aren't we? Wait a minute, what?
Ancient Kong, and this is right here on Toho's website. Ancient Kong, that's the biggest version to date, at least. And he can lift up to 20 to 25 times his body weight. So if that's how much King Caesar weighs, then, what? But does he have the strength to back it up against Kong in a fight?
I would believe so. And here's my reasoning for that. I was going to go over 2 different martial arts specifically, and one of these are jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu specializes in offense, and it is learning how to deal with larger opponents and use their weight against them, neutralize and immobilize them.
Okay, and that's the martial art that Caesar uses, I believe.
That is one of them. The other one I wanted to talk about was Thang Ta, which specializes in defense and offense, and it's learning how to use weapons and how to disarm and deal with opponents who wield weapons.
But what if your opponent can somewhat keep up with you in combat? Because that's what... I'm sorry.
Kong's fast, and I'm not going to say he's not, but from the shows of it, one of his best reaction speed feats is being able to dodge.
It did just start.
Mostly dodge Godzilla's atomic breath within Godzilla vs. Kong. Do you agree with that?
By any chance, do you know how fast that beam is?
Absolutely. No, that beam, it is not a light speed beam. It is not, but it is very quick. And I saw one, and what was it saying? It was something like Mach. Oh, it was really fast. It was like 600 times the speed of sound.
To clarify, it's Mach 80 to, I believe the standard calc is Mach 80 to 89.
Okay, so about 80 to 89 times the speed of sound, which is not light speed by any means.
Okay, you said it wasn't official.
But another thing to add to that, though, is that you got to remember there is, even if it's short, there is a charge up where there is the reaction to know, oh, he's going to use it, right?
Yes,
that was shown.
Okay. In some aspects, yes, but in others, no.
Remember when he breathes in?
If we can use by movies as well, I'm assuming in GVK, Godzilla was kind of just shooting that bad boy out. He wasn't really hesitating. He wasn't huffing and puffing. It was just coming out.
Yeah. No. It was way faster than anything before, but you still hear the sound beforehand, correct?
Like a V8 motor.
I actually did just rewatch Godzilla vs. Kong yesterday to actually use this, and I did. There was a short period. It was a very short period of hearing that, and I believe that also takes away from the feat of reaction speed, because then you get a heads up. Hey, he's going to use it. But with Caesar's reaction speed, he's able to dodge ones that don't have charge-ups, correct? Like, he's able to just reposition himself. Another really good feat of his, and this isn't off of reaction speed, and another one is when he was able to, where is it? Completely reverse the momentum of Anguirus with a single kick into a mountain, which would take roughly 300,000 tons of force.
I'm just gonna keep
Wow.
this one. That's crazy. Stalemate.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I thought the chat cut. My bad.
Did you hear that one?
No, repeat it. I'm sorry. I think I went mute for a second.
Another really good feat of King Caesars is completely reversing the momentum of Anguirus on a whim with a single kick into a mountain, which would take roughly 300,000 tons of force.
300,000 tons of force. That's a
Question:
fact.
Where are you guys going? Where are you guys sending your scans at?
Wait. Do you want me to try and find the article?
I can't get in.
I mean, if you guys want to send scans and send them in general, it makes life a little bit easier. But if you guys are content without them, then be my guest. Your guys are good.
Are you fine without them? Because
I trust you guys' knowledge. Yeah, I know Bowie's not gonna. Yeah.
Okay. It just makes it easier that I don't have to go looking for it while I'm talking, right?
Yeah.
I want to cut in. I want to tell them. I want to tell them.
And after the debate, I'll find it and I'll send it to you, Tekkadan, okay?
You're good.
I'll be right back,
I
guys.
do it
Give me a
too,
second.
but Bowie, if I recall, you said earlier in your conversation that Caesar dodged a beam without a warning, without a. Well, here's the thing: Caesar is a lot smaller than Kong. If I'm not mistaken, and this isn't a martial artist, this isn't like, and this is even, been said in martial arts. Smaller people are just quicker, more they can maneuver a lot quicker than people bigger. Kong is carrying, what you say, like 200, 300,000 more pounds?
What I missed?
And he did it. That's not the more impressive feat.
Exactly. Granted, this is not canon, as I've stated, but this is what biologists have said. Roughly comparing to Godzilla's weight, which they said they use the what do you call it? The King of the Monsters weight, because it's they're saying that the 164,000 tons that was shown in the GVK opening was a mistake.
Okay.
So based off of Godzilla's original King of the Monsters weight of 99,634 tons, there was a rough estimate of 55,000 tons on Kong from Godzilla vs. Kong. Once again, not canon, but that's where I want to place it, which makes him only about, well, not only, that is a decent amount, 5,000 tons heavier, which, what's something comparable to, well, what's my best way of comparing that? Yeah, that's about 170 pounds compared to 190 pounds.
Okay.
I was gonna say if to clarify, that would be a good, I would say that's a good rough estimate of a 20-pound difference.
Within people.
Okay, so Bowie, it's fair to say that you believe that Caesar can beat Kong in a fight. That's what you're saying.
I do, absolutely.
Okay.
But here, I'm gonna clarify something else though. Okay. If you had 100 fights between the two, I do not believe Caesar would be able to win every 100. But I will say that I do believe he will win a higher than 50% of the time.
Okay, there's the battleground come into play. Where are they fighting?
They are fighting on a flat ground. Have you ever been?
It is a neutral space where both of them can utilize their abilities to their fullest extent.
Okay.
So they're not fighting in a city.
Like a giant field. But we can actually come up with a battlefield. Well, it's your opinion. We can come in with either a mountain range, we can say in a city, within farmland, so really, we can even say in an ocean if you want to, but I mean, neither are at an advantage with the ocean. But
right, well, if it's a city, then Kong has the upper hand because Kong can maneuver around the buildings. He can set up sneak attacks, as we've seen in Godzilla vs. Kong.
I would agree there. I would agree that in a city environment, Kong does have a lot of advantages. But I'm talking like where I'm talking from is like the most neutral you can get, which is exactly like I said earlier, Saskatchewan. And I don't know if you've ever been to Saskatchewan, but Saskatchewan literally is the kind of place where if your dog runs away, you can watch it run away for about 7 hours. Right?
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: compare Caesar's intelligence to Kong's intelligence, because if we're going by the MonsterVerse in the movies, Kong has done something that no monster at this point in time has done, and that's communicate. When Kong was on the ship, he communicated. He talked.
Mm-hmm.
We have yet to see any kaiju, any monster, at least in the films, pull that off. So, with that being said, it's not just being a fist fight. It's also a mental thing. And I feel like he can easily outsmart Caesar. Caesar's the better fighter. I agree with you there. But I feel like Kong can just really outsmart him. He can beat him in that sense.
The thing with intelligence, though, is that there's many different forms of intelligence. There's not just there's different cognitive abilities, for example. Even like within nature, we see gorillas in nature, for example. They can also use sign language, and they've been shown to do that, but they can't even recognize themselves in the
would have been over.
Gorillas, and that's just a totally different type of intelligence. As we see with bears, their IQs as great apes are roughly the same, but it's a different type of intelligence. Bears are much better at math than apes are. They're better at
bears
remembering.
Are a different
they
breed,
have,
my guy.
It's really interesting in nature how there's just different types of intelligence, even like under the same IQ, or even better, greater IQ. Actually, we showed that Albert Einstein, what we consider one of the smartest, feats in human intelligence, correct?
Yes.
That guy, he actually he was off in certain things. Like, he didn't have the best social capabilities. He wasn't overall communicative. He had a couple issues in school as well. But the thing that Albert Einstein, for example, really excelled in was spatial awareness, or his just a couple other things. Like, for example, his mathematics. Like, he was an amazing in that sense, and that's what gave him the name that he has. Kong, for example, yes, he is able to communicate with humans, which is a great feat of intelligence. But even going further back into this, we have the difference between knowledge, street smarts, education. There's just so many different things a part of this. What Kong is really good at is that he does have the fighting experience on Skull Island, and you can agree with that.
Yes, I agree.
Kong has been fighting almost his whole life on Skull Island, and that was with the Skull Crawlers. And I could go into this for so long. Kong also has the ability that he also has the experience that he was in a dome with humans, and especially Gia, where he was able to learn and have the experience to be able to, do sign language, much like the real life Coco the gorilla, if you've ever heard of Coco.
When did the debate start? About 40 minutes ago?
I've heard of Coco. I'm familiar.
Okay.
Well, would you say that this is another advantage that Kong has over Caesar in the fight? Kong, and this has been shown, Kong has the ability to learn as he fights.
Yep, and that's something that a lot of the MonsterVerse Titans, I see a lot in them, is that they are quite adaptable to their situations. Caesar, I feel like the issue with Caesar is he hasn't been on the screen a lot, right?
Yeah, he hasn't.
The one thing we know about Caesar is that he already knows what he's doing. And what we see with the Anguirus feat of Anguirus being blown at him, and he immediately knew what to do. He jumped up and did and kicked it, much like I don't know. It was a mixture between a soccer kick and something you see in Taekwondo, right?
Yeah, well, I can make the same exact argument for Kong if we can go by Godzilla versus Kong the movie. If we go by the first fight, when Kong pushed Godzilla off the ship into the water, he noticed that Godzilla was finna shoot something. He didn't, and this was his first time encountering the beam, if I'm correct. And Kong knew to get the hell out of the way. Granted,
I'll also say this: in nature, that's a very big instinct. If something starts glowing, and that's why for example, different snakes or spiders are all different colors because that gives a warning that they are venomous, or in certain plants that gives a warning that they're poisonous, right? Or the best example is the poison dart frog. They are multiple different colors, and the reason by that is because they don't want to be touched. They don't want to be eaten, so they're very, very poisonous, and they give a warning that they're poisonous. Much like the rattlesnake's rattle or a cobra's hood. It's all just a warning, and it's very known for animals to see these unusual things and be like, okay, well, I got to get out of here. Kong seeing Godzilla start glowing like an LED lamp.
Indicator
Probably
like,
would have been like,
damn.
okay, well, I should stay here.
I gotta get out of here.
Because something's about to happen. And I'm not saying that's not a feat of intelligence.
You can see the worry on his face.
But it's not as great as it might seem.
How do you figure?
Excuse me.
Because that was the first time, if I'm not mistaken, in the movie that Kong encountered Godzilla. It's not, if I'm not mistaken, it's not Godzilla's first time encountering a Kong, but it was Kong's first time encountering.
No, that was his first.
This Godzilla.
Because we see it in animals too, even animals that never experienced.
This Godzilla met Kong for the first time. Now he met a different
pufferfish
Kong
or whatnot.
back
They
in
go
the
up to it
day.
and it starts blowing up.
That's
like,
a story.
I don't want to touch that, right? It's just
Right,
the natural.
I'm listening.
It's just a natural instinct. Or, for example, when an animal is like walking by a snake and is like, "Ooh, food," and the snake lifts its head, displays a hood, and the animal's like, "Okay, well, I'm not screwing around with that anymore," right?
Well, yeah, but like I said, you can use the same argument for Caesar. I mean, if the thing is coming toward him, isn't it a natural instinct to kick it or to dodge it? You know.
Well,
if you're a martial artist, you can just block it.
I like adding is that it wasn't
simple.
Very smooth execution of how he did it. It wasn't
artist.
just
he knows how to deal with that kind of stuff.
Jump out of the way. It wasn't anything like that, or him just like mindlessly bashing it with his arms. He did a perfectly executed Taekwondo kick.
Yeah. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken,
and completely reverse the momentum of it to send it the exact opposite direction.
Wow.
Caesar pulled that.
Okay. That's very impressive. But if I'm not mistaken, Caesar lost to Godzilla, correct?
Yes, but Final Wars Godzilla is insane, and I think you can agree with that as well.
Yeah, Final Wars Godzilla is insane. I agree there. But if I did watch that fight.
And I mentioned the thing with Final Wars Godzilla is that guy had no limit to his atomic breath, so it was all just putting him under pressure.
Crap out of it.
Like overall, Caesar is not on the same level.
If he
as
laughs
Final
at me,
Wars
I'm
Godzilla.
gonna be like, Dad.
It wasn't there.
Milk.
But Final, and that's not saying a lot though, because Final Wars Godzilla is also above any MonsterVerse Titan as well.
Okay, so what would you scale Legendary Godzilla? Because that's the one Kong fought, correct?
I'll be honest. Like I'm not good at scaling things. Let's say like planetary or Universal or whatnot like that. But
I want to cut in. I want to tell them I'm the one who scales that. I'm the one talking about Legendary Godzilla.
I mean, well, because from watching the fight scenes, and like I said, I've seen them both. I watched Godzilla versus Kong maybe like an hour, 2 hours before this debate kicked off, and I watched Caesar's fight during the week.
Are you fine if I ask Tekkadan? Because he's a little bit better at like that kind of scaling than I am.
I was going to say,
you can ask him.
Where would you
like me
scale
to provide it? Oh, so for Legendary Godzilla or for Final Wars? I do both. Legendary scaling off of the atomic breath feat to the center to the Hollow Earth is large island level.
Okay. What would you scale Final Wars to?
Planetary.
Okay.
Hey, so not only did Caesar lose to a Godzilla, he lost to
arguably said I wouldn't. I'm not going to go against what I say.
By a lot.
Okay. So Kong beating Legendary Godzilla is not an impressive feat. Well, not beating, but you know what I mean. He fought him.
Yeah,
and got his ass kicked.
He fought him, and he actually got some pretty good hits in, especially in that second round.
They didn't do anything.
Okay, well, if we're just going back to Kong and Caesar. Like I say, this is a fight, and unfortunately, you said that Kong can bring his axe too. I don't see Caesar beating Kong because, as you said, like Kong isn't. You keep saying he's a street fighter, But Kong is not ignorant when it comes to martial arts as well. That's why when I stitched your video, I said it's more like a Chuck Norris versus Bruce Lee kind of thing.
But the thing
Bruce
is,
Lee
street
taught Chuck
fighting
Norris, by the way.
it can be anything. Street fighting is just you learn on your own, and you like street fighting is like, I know it can sound like a disrespectful term, but it's not. A lot of street fighters are really good fighters, and that's what I'm comparing it to. He's a heavily experienced street fighter because that's exactly how he learned. He never encapsulated his fighting style into a specific art, but he encapsulated his fighting style based off of experience, and that's what street fighting is.
Oh, okay. Because if we just go back to Godzilla versus Kong, I mean, when Mecha was finna hit Godzilla, Kong caught his arm, hit him with a roundhouse kick to the jaw. I feel like that says he's a little bit higher than that of a
roundhouse kick to the jaw. When did that happen?
No, and absolutely. Well,
when did that happen?
My thing here too is that a lot of that is just experience, and he knows what he's doing with his
roundhouse kick to the
absolutely. Jaw. He is not a bad fighter, and I'm not gonna deny that he's not hand to hand. And well, yeah, he's been shown kicking. Like obviously, the issue with Kong is that he does have short legs, so he's not going to go straight into kicking.
Yeah, I can agree with
like
you on that.
Compared to his arms, like he's got much longer arms, and his arms are his main weapons, right?
Yeah, his arms are
yeah.
So we can
legs,
if you don't mind me asking,
not legendary Godzilla.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Final Wars planetary.
That when an opponent is underneath his feet, he will kick them, and we saw that with Godzilla.
We can't have him go all day because we still need to go.
Kong did kick him in the neck. Or for example, getting up onto Mechagodzilla's arm, and then because of the way he was angled, he was able to execute a nice kick. But it wasn't nearly the type of kicks that we see even in the Anguirus feat, right? It wasn't a perfectly executed karate kick.
Oh, that okay.
But it was.
No.
I forgot about that.
That's what it was, because
my bad.
The opponent was on a undergo level to his position.
Right, but what if Caesar's fighting? Okay, so this is obviously Caesar versus Kong, and yes, Caesar is the better martial artist. And if you don't mind me using this for example, I don't know if you watch the shows or anything. I would compare Caesar versus Kong to like Daredevil versus Punisher, and let me explain why.
I don't know one of those characters. I'm sorry.
I know who they are. I've never watched any of that.
If you watch the show, every time Daredevil and Punisher fight, Daredevil is obviously the better martial artist, but he's fighting an opponent who can not only take as much damage as he's giving, but also give it back as well. And I feel like that's how you have to look at Kong fighting Caesar. Caesar is the better martial artist.
Damn.
He can throw all the kicks and.
Did I mention that we shouldn't talk whenever somebody else did? I don't think I did.
Who can take that and not only take it, but also dish something equally as powerful back,
Right.
One
second here.
Yo, wait, did I say that? Did I say
durability?
Did I say that no one gets involved whenever someone else talking?
We want to get into durability. Here's a fun little feat from King6Killian.
No self-promoting.
Unfazed. Well, barely. He was on his knee for a second from this, but he was unfazed, kinda, by his head being slammed into Rodan at supersonic speed.
I'd be unconscious too.
And I feel like that, and the overall body weight of Rodan and whatnot, that is quite a bit more than what you see in exactly Kong's punches. I'm not saying Kong's punches are weak, but we're talking a whole kaiju being are going faster than the speed of sound, slamming into his head.
Okay, well,
interesting.
Kong took a beam faster than the speed of sound, from Godzilla.
Bro, let me.
That is true.
No.
The beam, granted. Dude, the difference between the two is that. What do you call it?
First.
The beam was a graze. It was still a hit, but it was still not the kind of hit we see. For example, what we saw in King of the Monsters when Godzilla was on the ground and beamed at King Ghidorah, right, where it was just a direct center and just started pushing him back, right?
Oh yeah, I totally agree. It was nowhere near that. But even if that's how even if you want to look at it that way, when Godzilla did shoot his beam directly at Kong and Kong blocked it,
I'm not going to say anything.
Kong only moved back maybe a few inches, meaning he was standing his ground against the power of the beam.
Kaiju inches, okay.
Kaiju inches.
Well, more like it would have been more like, I don't know, 100 feet.
Oh, and that's like an inch in kaiju inches or whatever.
A few hundred feet is an inch in kaiju terms.
No.
Yeah, I can't go in because if I do, then I'll be breaking my vow.
Going back to, what do you call it? Supersonic speeds, and then we have another. Wait. Here's one thing I wanted to mention as well, and this is going under the situation of Kong having an axe in this fight. Okay.
Yes.
King Caesar, martial artist. We got Thang Ta. Specialize in defense and offense, learning how to use weapons and how to disarm and deal with opponents who wield weapons. The thing too is that from what we see, they have pretty similar, like the Rodan feat and the.
What do you want to say? Well, they're mentioning legendary Godzilla. It's like similar. That's my thing. You can't take my thing.
Like, obviously, if
because like
it was a direct.
They started
with
but
the
then
atomic breath. I would give that one more to Kong.
So I was like,
but another thing I wanted to mention too is Kong did have a big little yelp in pain there. Like he obviously felt it.
Oh man, I should have
honestly, I don't blame him for that at all.
First.
Oh well, yeah, I can totally agree. I don't know. I don't know if it was Spinach or Grant that said this, but Kong's durability is more similar to human durability.
Yeah, I know, and I totally agree. That's the one thing that kind of hurts him in the MonsterVerse is that he does have low dirt. The thing where Kong really shines, though, is his ingenuity and his speed. But the thing too is that those are things that King Caesar happens to do just better, and not being much smaller than Kong, right? We've never seen Caesar wield a weapon, but I would never put it out of the picture.
Wield this weapon
for him to ever have one.
Yeah, neither will I, but like I said, yeah, martial arts. Like I said, this is Chuck Lee.
Well,
I mean, I said Chuck Lee, Bruce Lee, Chuck Norris type thing. But Kong with his intelligence, especially if we're choosing the battleground, was it that Tekkadan suggested, a big city? I mean, if you watch Godzilla versus Kong, I don't know if you remember the scene that I
absolutely.
I
remember
neutral space. That's what but yeah,
where they're both able to use their Okay, so where would one be where they're able to use advantages? How about
orange?
We're a bit far into this to think about a battlefield, but you know what? It is what it is. How about a smaller town? Like not quite a city, but a smaller town.
Like Methuselah level back in the day.
Well, as long as there's buildings, I mean.
There's still buildings, but there
should be
not
buildings.
Quite as many as there would be in the city, for
example.
example.
Should need buildings.
Oh, okay. So I get the idea you're painting. Okay. Well, like I said,
that gives Caesar his ability to still move around and execute good kicks without being too
cramped. Exactly.
I dropped my chapstick.
Let me see. Caesar's kicks. Like I said, Tekkadan, are you familiar with Daredevil and Punisher? This for Tekkadan.
To a degree.
All right. Well, I don't know if you guys watch the show or watch the fight scenes, but like I was saying, Daredevil is. I'll use one better. Batman fighting Deathstroke.
I don't know Deathstroke. I know Batman. I know Batman absolutely, but I don't know Deathstroke very well.
Okay, well, basically, I would say King Caesar would be Deathstroke, Kong would be Batman. They're equal. Deathstroke and Batman are totally equal when they're fighting, but Batman always gets the upper hand because he can outsmart Deathstroke. He can think while fighting. He learns as he fights. Batman does stuff like that. As we've seen with Kong. If you watch Godzilla versus Kong, when they were in the city and I think this was
how are you gonna
Kong,
genuinely? I know I'm not supposed to get in this, but I'm gonna say, how are you gonna outsmart somebody that uses many different types of martial arts, beating down on you? Like how? Especially if he switches it up, how are you gonna keep up with that? Like a Street Fighter going up against a martial artist is like
that's what I'm saying. See, I don't think
the
Caesar can think at that kind of level. Like that was basically a silent takedown.
Literally, there's no way around it.
Does have the cognitive ability to understand martial arts and be able to go about that, which is another thing we never have seen in nature.
Like if I was
and you
I
agree
know.
there.
I'm sorry for
We've
getting
never seen
involved, and I'm not
animal
talking to them. I'm
besides
talking to the
humans
audience. If I were to
take
get
part
into a
in
fight,
martial
right?
arts.
I'm
Anyway,
a really good
correct
street
me if
fighter,
I'm
right? If I
wrong.
go
Like,
against a
if
martial
anyone
artist,
can
I'm
do
not
that
winning that fight.
in the
I
chat,
don't care how
then
big I
go
am.
ahead and correct
I
me
have a
if I'm
friend
wrong.
who is a martial artist,
Maybe
Brazilian
there is
Jiu-Jitsu.
some dog
He
that can like
knocks the crap out of
kung
people.
fu
He
kick
does
my ass or
tournaments.
something,
He
you know?
fights people bigger than him, and he takes them down
But
with
from
arm
my
bars,
understanding,
chokeholds,
there
all
is
of that. I would not
humans are
want to
the
fight that
only
man.
known creature on Earth that has been able to understand martial arts, and that does show a definite a high cognitive ability and intelligence within King C-Star, correct?
Yes, it does.
Well,
I mean, kangaroos know how to box. So,
what the hell does
I mean, fair enough. I mean, it's definitely not the same, and it's just them, right? Like that's their natural build, which gets them to do that. What we see in God, I totally forgot what I was gonna say. I'm so bad at that. I'm so bad at forgetting what I'm gonna say. God, I okay. Move on from that then.
Well, it's kind of okay. I got it.
The issue with comparing it to humans is that humans both have humans have an insane amount of intelligence compared to, let's say, animals, right?
Yes.
Well, like different animals. We are a type of animal, but the thing about human evolution that got us so far is that we have insane brains. We are by far the highest intelligence. I mean, we created entire societies.
How the hell does a kangaroo?
We literally made weapons that can destroy entire islands. It's no competition, and that's something we don't see either King C-Star or Kong. They aren't on human level intelligence. They both have high intelligence, but the issue is that they are both intelligent enough to strategize. They're both probably intelligent enough to see themselves in the mirror.
I'm sorry,
obviously
everyone.
That's not canon.
I'm sorry.
But that is a feat of intelligence within nature.
I have to disagree with you on that one, because if we in Godzilla vs. Kong, when they were in Hollow
started
Earth,
the debate.
and,
Bowie did.
Kong, I guess the throne room, as I call it, because I don't know. When they went to the throne room and Kong got the axe, he kind of is like as if he just knew what to do with it when he got it, and that's something that you see in humans. I've never shot a gun, but if I see a gun, I pick it up. I know what to do with it. You know what I mean?
Well, no, but that's the thing. We do see that in nature. We see that in the same animals that
the gun argument. When you pick up a gun, you've never had one before, right? You don't know how that thing works. You don't know how to undo the clip. You don't know how to do that. There's buttons on that thing, or like switches. You got to switch it in order to get it to work. Could have safety on. You don't know how to turn that off.
They know how to.
Just saying. Right? Am I wrong?
Like, what's another one? A lot of birds also use rocks to smash open turtle shells to open them up, right?
Just makes sense.
Yeah.
We do see tool usage in animal. In fact, the one animal that King Kong or Kong is most like is the gorilla. And the gorilla we actually don't see a lot of tool usage in. I mean, obviously I understand that Kong is quite a bit different from an actual gorilla, and you can probably agree there. He is definitely smarter than an actual gorilla. Gorillas definitely get overplayed within, nature battles in terms of their intelligence. The gorillas are not very smart. Well, they are smart. They know how to communicate. They can be taught to use sign language, but they, like I said before, they can't even recognize themselves in a mirror. They are not intelligent enough to strategize in a fight. Like, overall, it's just like that. But it has been seen in nature with different animals that are able to, pick up an item and know exactly what to do with it. With in Kong's example, a big one was actually octopuses. Octopuses are also able to, grab lids off of bottles and unscrew them off. Like, they know what they're doing with it.
Hello?
Right? Like, there's not an insane intelligence difference between the two, or an insane durability difference. I think the whole battle.
Hold up. So just to make sure, this is still I want to make sure this is still going completely on topic. Like, this is going to relate to your arguments, right? I want to make sure of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it is, then you're fine. Shit. If not, then
this all relates back. We're just talking about intelligence between the two.
Okay, got it. Okay, also a Killian left. Killian?
Wait, what?
Killian?
I don't want to burn over joiner. Where'd he go?
Wait, Killian left? Killian? Oh, he probably...
What?
Huh?
Oh no. I swear to God. Oh no.
No, don't do this!
Oh,
Don't do this!
I mean, it would
No.
win via burn of rejoinder, but
Did he like...
if he doesn't,
It probably cut out. I want to say it's probably what happened.
He was starting to sound a little choppy toward the end.
Yeah, that's probably why. He didn't leave on purpose. It was probably by accident. That's what I want to say. Benefit of the doubt.
Well, I'm taking a bathroom break.
Okay.
Mhm.
I got
actually
scared there because everyone was talking about Godzilla. I'm like, that's my thing. You can't talk about that yet. That's me. I wanted to talk about that, but then you didn't. So I was like, okay, good. We're fine. We're good.
No,
No. One of my followers is in the stream.
Killian, you're
back!
Killian!
No, he messaged me on Discord like, Greenland wants to talk so bad. I'm like, oh no.
About what?
Oh no, that's.
I'm waiting my turn. I didn't interrupt. I did that on purpose. I made a vow that I wouldn't interrupt, and I didn't.
No, I know, but I think my follower was
Okay.
like, I think Greenland wants to talk really badly. I'm like,
No. It's just it's me talking to the. I want them to know if you end up watching the stream, that's just me talking to the viewers. Okay, I'm not trying to like talk in the thing because like I said, I made a vow. I'm not gonna speak on someone else's behalf.
Don't worry, you're fine.
You know,
Okay,
if
so Killian, you good, bro?
you yourself talk to the stream, right?
Yeah, I'm just talking to the stream. I have my mic muted on Discord, so it's just me talking to the stream.
Okay,
Don't worry, you're good.
Okay.
Back to your
All right.
guys' debate.
I'm gonna go
With
quiet
King-
now.
Okay.
Okay.
With King6Killian, but my whole point between
I don't even know if-
King6Killian
is he-
is that they don't show much
Okay, I think
like
he's
hugely
good. I don't know.
different in intelligence, and that's just due to them both having pretty good intelligence feats, and that's between Caesar obviously knowing how to execute martial arts and Kong being able to, use his environment to his advantage, and along with
Comic book overdose. Thank you for the follow. Fodder beater. Wait, hold on.
sign language.
Fod
right?
eater. Thank you for the follow, Alex. Oh shit!
Killian, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know if Killian. Maybe he's muted. Do you think that could be a thing? Do we know?
Killian, are you muted?
Don't pull a buoy.
It doesn't say he's muted in chat.
He's
so-
muted in.
No, it says
Oh
his
well,
audio's active.
no one pressed anything to mute him or anything. So I don't know what the problem could be. I don't really know.
Uh-oh.
This ain't good.
Debate,
Oh,
man.
no. Killian, if you can hear us, type in chat.
Clap your hands twice. Wait, no, that wouldn't work. Never mind.
Buddy,
Raise your hand.
Raise your
Killian.
hand.
Killian, type in chat.
Killian? Bro.
Guys, calm down. Stop making fun of Killian. There's no need for that. Stop it. Stop making fun of Killian. I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking to chat. Stop
Yeah,
it.
knock it off, stream.
Stop it. Stop making fun of Killian. Stop it. Right now, I do not condone that. You stop that immediately. Ow. Dude, I think I chafed myself.
What did you what? Huh?
I think I managed to. Don't know how.
What?
No, it's on my like my thigh, right near my knee. I don't even know how.
Not gonna lie, this is actually this is a fun debate.
Guys, stop making fun of Killian! Stop!
This is actually surprisingly really entertaining. Like, you guys are more mature about this debate than
I can be less mature. I can do that.
No, I know by that I mean Bowie and Killian, the way they're speaking, the way they're arguing their points is a lot more mature than a lot of high tiers that I see. There's no yelling, no spurging, no jumping, none of that shit. It's just
I'm not
collected.
The only time you'll hear me yell is if I am find out.
Yeah, no, like I just got to watch a debate yesterday where some of the highest tier debaters were debating and it was just a spurg match. I'm like, okay.
Well, you know what? If you're liking it, Tekkadan, I like that. I don't know.
It's enjoyable.
I like
Oh, he's
listening.
gone again.
Is
Oh,
he
he's
actually-
probably fixing the Discord. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Just-
Just give
Okay.
him some time. It's okay. It'll happen.
He's okay.
I need to get mods on this thing, but I don't know how to because I'm not smart enough to figure that out.
Look if I know.
Yeah, I don't know. Someone help me! I don't know how to get mods on this thing, please!
Watch, I'm gonna go pee and then he's gonna get back.
Grant, talk like a girl? No, I refuse.
Tekkadan, you've been listening to the whole thing, right?
Oh my god!
Yeah, no, I can keep track.
I mean, I could be a
What do you
mod.
think so far? Is there any?
Oh, Pop goes, yeah, she could be a mod. Or he, I don't know.
But what are you saying?
Yeah, what are you thinking about the whole thing? Like anything you'd?
Me?
It's
not me.
actually. I will say this, Bowie. You nearly pulled the no limits fallacy. You almost did. When you were talking about Godzilla's atomic breath.
Oh, okay.
Like it has no limits. I'm like, don't go with that.
Please don't do
why
it.
did I say that?
No.
No, like when you were talking about Caesar and his fight, it's like, oh yeah, he's Ajuna. You said something along the lines of like Godzilla's breath has no limits in Final Wars. I'm like, oh no.
Well, no, I didn't mean it that way. There's obviously.
I know that's why I didn't. That's why I was like, okay.
How?
No,
In
what I mean
God's
is
name,
that you
do I
can
make
just,
mods on this thing? How do I do that? I don't know how to do it.
No,
I'm not smart.
You're fine there. You're fine there. But
I don't know.
like this is a close. It's
Yeah.
actually a close debate. It's pretty entertaining.
I think it's funny that the fact that we
I was
have.
about to get into a.
Oh my bad. My bad. Go ahead. Go, my good sir.
No, I gotta wait for him. I was about to get into a really good point too.
You started talking about kangaroos, and I was like, "What?"
No, like
kangaroos.
Greenlee was like messaging in the other Discord, like, yo, they go off topic, like,
Yeah, like, bro.
no.
I'm like, wait, this don't sound right. I'm confused. How does it go from King Caesar and Kong to kangaroos? I was like, wait, hold on.
Like, no, like I told. Right. And that's why I asked, because Greenlee was getting concerned, but like I knew you guys weren't going off topic, because trust me, I know what going off topic looks like.
So it turns out that Godzilla actually knows quantum physics. It's insane. Yeah, to prove my point. Yeah. Oh man.
I took a pee and he's still not back?
I'm trash. You bet I am, boy. You bet I'm trash, boy. I that high quality trash. I got that hefty.
This debate's been going on for. I'm surprised. This debate's been going on for nearly an hour.
Yeah, it has been going on for an hour.
I'm just excited for my debate at the end. It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be like 5 hours later before we get to you.
Don't worry. It'll be. Do not take any offense to any of this, especially if you're listening. I don't see it going well.
Bro, no. Here's the thing. I just saw someone in the chat say something about 2014 Zilla charging up a beam, but if you remember the comics, and I'm going to mention this in my debate, he didn't have that when he went against Muto Prime or Shinomura. So what was... I don't know, actually I know why. Because the EMP blast. It takes time to... It weakened his beam, so that makes sense. Never mind, I just answered my own question.
God damn it, Greenlee.
Yeah, so I should really think about this stuff before I say things, because I already know the answer to it.
Yeah.
I actually took the door off my frame to this room.
Excuse me, what?
I just casually take off the frame of your door.
Okay, I'm sorry. What I did to give myself the privacy is I just grabbed the door and
Sweepy27, thank you for the sub.
So and then I go to leave the room and just instinctually I grab the handle and I pull and I'm like, ah! The door starts falling on me.
Good job. You're like what, 6'7", 6'5"?
6'7". I'm 6'3".
Well, I was close.
5'9".
Yes, sir.
2. Also, I just want to say this: if you aren't at least 6 foot, you are a midget to me. That is my qualifications.
Hey,
now,
Killian's in the chat.
Killian in the Twitch?
Yeah, he's in the Twitch. He says, "What's happened to the What do you mean? I'm confused, Killian. You're not. Are you able to join? What happened?
The exit? No, he's still in here.
Spinach. If you're 5'9" to 5'11", you're a pseudo midget.
Killian, are you able to get in? Are you able to?
I'll still kick your ass. With ambition.
Ambition! Yeah.
How tall are you, Tekkadan?
6'2".
He's
I'm
back.
back on here.
Okay, you're back. Hey, what happened?
Dude, my whole Wi-Fi crashed.
Dude, I have that problem. I know how you feel. My guy. That's not fun. That sucks.
Like mid conversation. Is Bowie still in the chat?
Yeah, everyone's here. We were just
we're all
waiting.
still here.
We'll go quiet now so y'all can continue. All right. I apologize.
Hey Grant, you wanna type in the order in the Discord?
Oh, it's a good point. I
Order
kind
that
of
we're doing the
forgot.
debate?
I kind of forgot
I'll
already.
do it.
Because I know I'm going next.
Yeah.
I'll do it
Okay,
right
yeah. Okay. All right, yeah.
Cool.
I can do that.
now. 1 sec.
All right, I went
Hey,
quiet.
well, let me just apologize for that, man. I know that probably delayed everybody's time.
I know it's
but
good.
God, I was like, what happened?
It's all good, man. Trust me, we have those problems. It happens to everyone, so you're fine.
This
Okay.
debate is really entertaining. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay,
All right,
so
so Bowie, where were we?
in the comments,
1 second. I'm just typing in the order and then I'll get back to you. Okay.
bro, has anyone ever had tuna sandwiches? I mean, they're pretty good. Bro, I have one. They're so like freakishly amazing. Sorry, I just had to say it. I'll be quiet now.
Thanks, Grant. Love you, buddy.
I'm glad I could help. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
You are very welcome. Goodbye.
And then Astoria, and then we have Space Godzilla.
Bro, like I'm not joking.
That's the order.
Oh yeah, this is up.
So-
All right, we're here.
I'll
Here,
go
there's the
back
order.
from where I left off.
Caesar, Mecha, Godzilla, Monster,
intelligence
Ghidorah, Destroyer.
difference between Kong and Caesar isn't astronomically different. In fact, we actually cannot really propose who is higher due to showing very high feats of intelligence. For example, we have Caesar, who's able to, execute martial
I've had
arts.
tuna melt. Bro, I have had tuna melt. It's so freakishly
very
amazing.
well. And that is thunder. Nice. I hope my Wi-Fi doesn't go out. So, and then we have Kong, who has pretty nice feats of, using his environment to his advantage, and we have Kong's feats of being able to use sign language, and that's something we both can agree on. They're both pretty high, but they're both not quite human extent, and we explain that with octopuses are still able to unscrew caps off of bottles and whatnot. So they have pretty similar feats of intelligence. So most of this comes down to their fighting style and fighting experience, which both have very nice fighting style and fighting experience. But
I don't know if this is gonna work. But
just overall, Caesar is a better fighter, and you agreed with me on that. And I just don't see, especially in hand-to-hand, I don't see Kong being able to take down Caesar due to the use of Jiu-Jitsu and Thang Ta.
Yes, correct. But Kong, like I said, well, this is ancient Kong, but Kong can lift up to 20 to 25 times his body weight. So if we're going by, let's say, Jiu-Jitsu, for example, what's the point of putting what would really be the point of putting your opponent in an arm lock if you're not strong enough to keep them down like that? You know what I mean?
Well, and that's the very thing about Jiu-Jitsu
Tuna debate
and
chat.
whatnot.
Well,
Jiu-Jitsu doesn't
I'd have
really
to say
use
tuna
stuff. Well,
sandwich is a
but
lot
it doesn't
better than
often
chicken
go into
sandwich.
stuff like
The reason I
holding
say
the
that is
enemy in
because
place.
tuna,
Most
if
of
done
it is
correctly,
actually
could taste
using
very,
their
very
weight and
good.
strength
Chicken,
against them.
it can get rubbery
And
depending
that
on how
can
you
be
make
anything
it. So,
due to dodging a hit and then hitting them in the back so the momentum gets
tuna
played
sandwich.
forward
It
so
has
they're on the
this
ground,
nice taste
and
to
then
it.
using whatever
And
other
most of the
techniques
time,
you have to hit them while
most of
they're
the
down,
time, it's
then
really
back
good.
off
Unlike
as they're
chicken
getting up,
sometimes.
and
Chicken,
then
like
wait
I
for
said,
them to
rubbery.
strike again.
Okay?
And
Okay,
then
So,
again with
it
another
just,
dodge,
it's nice.
and then
Make me a mod. I can't. It's, like, apparently something's happening with my thing. I don't know how. Hold on.
And whatnot.
Well, yeah, you have a point there, but listen to what I'm about to say. And of course,
I'm
this
gonna
isn't
take a
official.
piss. Give me a
Tekkadan, I
sec.
hope you can excuse me just this one time. This isn't official, but from watching, Kong fight Godzilla, there is one martial art that I think Kong has under his belt, but it's equal, if not superior, to Jiu-Jitsu. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but watching how he fights, how he uses the environment, would you say that Kong, and this is going to spice things up a little bit, would you say that Kong has a keto under his belt?
Maybe traces of it, but I wouldn't say he knows the full art.
I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be back.
Well,
Because most of it, Kong's biggest thing, he fights based off of his experience in the past, correct? He's not. He doesn't sit there and practice actual arts within fighting. He fights when he has to fight. And you can agree with that. He doesn't. Kong doesn't really always want to fight. He fights because he has to.
Oh yeah, he just wants to live in peace. Yeah, I can agree with you there.
Exactly how Kong is. He just wants to go home, and that's the whole thing with Godzilla versus Kong. That he's kind of obviously he's not going to back down from a fight, and that's something I really respect about Kong. And that's the whole reason why Godzilla and Kong fought. They neither one of them liked to back down.
Oh yeah. Oh boy, can I make one more point about intelligence?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, okay. I'm sorry if I keep doubling back, but
No, absolutely.
in Godzilla versus Kong, another intelligent feat that Kong pulled off was when he woke up. Just by looking at the sun, he knew he was somewhere else. He knew he wasn't at Skull Island. He knew he was in a dome.
Yeah. The thing about that too is that could have honestly been about anything. Like from the looks of it, he's already knew he was in a dome before, and that could have been anything like him trying to walk away and then he hits the wall. And that's something that any animal would be able to figure out, correct?
Yeah,
like
they're not in their natural habitat. Yeah.
Yeah, if you hit a wall when there shouldn't be, like they're like an invisible wall, like you realize what the heck is going on. Like that could have really been anything. Obviously, there's no canon to confirm that. Oh yeah, he walked into a wall once, but I wouldn't put it out of the question. Not to mention too, anything from different smells we see in ancient humans. They have very similar. Like, if you didn't know, the Neanderthal, which is a older species of an older relative of the humans. This is in real life. They were
all ask for mods.
To have senses of
You're
smell
funny. I don't even know how
greater
to.
or on par to of a bloodhound. And if
Favorite
Kong
JoJo
has
part?
a really
Part
high
5.
sense of smell, which is very much
Like
like
the Nuki door or the old one?
he would be able to smell the difference if he was in the dome.
Right. Okay. Well, I took it as in because he woke up and he stared, and then he threw the tree at it, and I was like, oh, so he knows he's not on Skull Island, or he knows he's not in the real world at least.
I think that one's really hard to say, to use it as an intelligence feat, but like obviously I'm not saying Kong doesn't have intelligence feat. I've already said he does, and he does within the being able to learn sign language, being able to use. I honestly think his best intelligence feat in terms of like within fighting is like what we saw in the second round of him picking up the top of the building to block the atomic breath, and overall using the environment to the advantage. But it's something that we see in a lot of different kaiju, not just Kong. Kong has some pretty cool things to him, and can I also like add? I know this is like not totally within the debate. I don't dislike Kong, and I think that's pretty well known. I don't dislike Kong. You're still here, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, but I also still believe like he's not top tier, and I've also looked at the reasons that you like him, and one of those things is that he's an underdog, and that's exactly what he is. Like he doesn't have his special abilities or anything, and that's what makes him cool. He still fights these things with special abilities without them, and that is a pretty cool thing with him, and that actually shows the mentality that Kong has. Kong back down, and that's just a part of his character. But when it comes to an opponent like King6Killian, who is arguably the best hand-to-hand combat kaiju of all time,
I can't mod.
Maybe
for some odd reason. I don't even know why.
There's some other pretty good ones. But Caesar definitely has a lot of hand-to-hand combat experience behind his belt, because obviously him much like Kong, he wasn't gifted with any special abilities such as like atomic breath or any sort of pulse or anything like that. Correct. The only special ability that Caesar has, I can really depict, is the the reflection. Like where he's able to take a beam and reflect it right back, but that's not quite going to be useful in a hand-to-hand fight.
Yeah, you're definitely correct there. But as far as them, am I still in the chat?
Yeah, you're still in the chat. I can hear you.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, all right. As far as them having a fist fight, if we're going by in the martial arts sense, or in just the fighting sense in general, if let's say for example, if me and you were having a fight, let's say you know more martial arts than me. I know enough to keep up with you in a fight. So it just comes down to it's going to come down to who's more athletic, who's stronger.
You're a mod now. Good job.
Raw talent. So, Caesar's hitting Kong, but it's not going to do, it's a punch from Caesar. If Caesar punches Kong versus Kong punching Caesar, who do you think is going to do the most damage in trading punches and trading blows?
Well, granted, yes, I do believe Kong probably does have more power output behind his punch, and that's due to having more weight and the overall speed of his punches and whatnot. But you can't take in consideration the amount of power behind King Caesar's kick that on the that was calculated to be around 300,000 tons, which is more than that is what is it, 6 times Kong's weight.
Okay,
right?
Well, if you could excuse me and let me ask Tekkadan, I hope he's still here. When Ghidorah dropped Godzilla from the atmosphere, how much damage would you say Godzilla took in that fall?
A lot.
Oh, ooh.
No, and the thing too that we also have to add on here is that the more you weigh, when you go through a great fall, the more damage you're gonna take. Right?
Yeah, that's something I would say. So honestly, the thing is with that thing is that calc that hasn't actually, like, to my knowledge, I don't actually have a calc for that. He did take a solid amount of damage, but you had to keep in mind that Godzilla was weakened at that time. In fact,
quite weakened. Well,
he was also unconscious, dropped on his back, and survived still. So he took damage very clearly, but it wasn't I wouldn't say a massive amount.
Well, what we're saying is trying to calculate the joules of force. Or
I could not calculate that right now. I don't have that.
I'm not good at math.
At the time, I could probably do it, but it would take a long time.
Yeah, it would take me a hot minute.
So on the next debate when it's gonna be Kong versus Mechagodzilla, I'm gonna take the time to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just bringing that up before what I was going to say next. Okay, so we've seen Godzilla. Obviously, we know he's durable. We've seen him take a fall from the atmosphere, which
stop using
I don't think Kong could survive. If I'm being honest, we've seen Godzilla take it, and it did damage him. But
Kong would not survive
got
that.
back up and still ready to fight. And I say this to say, when you explain Caesar kicking, how powerful his kick is. Kong was throwing punches that were phasing Godzilla as well. And like I said, we've seen Godzilla fall from the atmosphere. That's why I wanted to know how bad that fall was, because if Kong can hit, I'm listening.
Okay, you got to take into consideration the difference between how Godzilla was affected when he hit the ground compared to taking a punch. Because, with the most clear punch we definitely see in that movie is,
You'll ask for mods, my guy. Pop goes and making you a mod, by the way.
The trailers and whatnot was on the aircraft carrier, the shot of both of them, Kong hitting Godzilla square on the left side of his head.
What is it?
And you can agree that is the most clear punch we see in the movie?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
You got to remember Godzilla, his head moved from that. He definitely felt it, but it was definitely not even close to how Godzilla was after he took a fall from the atmosphere.
I got a mod.
Or it wasn't the atmosphere, it was the stratosphere.
No, well, what I'm saying is Kong had to bring some force behind that punch. If we go on to the later fight, when Kong stabbed Godzilla in the thigh with the axe, and Godzilla just pulled it out like the shit didn't even phase him. So, Kong's punches have to be bringing some force.
Oh, no, and I'm not saying they don't. But
yeah, because punching Godzilla and making Godzilla
Kong,
go, of course he didn't knock him out or anything, but punching Godzilla and, throwing a punch that Godzilla feels, it says a lot about, the punch that you're throwing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But you also have to compare that to King Caesar's reaction speed. How likely is he to get hit? I'm not saying Kong wouldn't be able to hit Caesar, but my argument is, would it be enough times to take him down, right?
And see, that's where the battlefield comes into play. That's why I say because they're fighting in that small town, as you suggested, where Kong can kind of, move here, move there, sneak a punch, bam, That's why I say I can make arguments for both of them. I really can.
Yeah, no. And that's
I see Kong taking this fight.
Well, and I understand where you're coming from, but my opinion here is definitely within the martial arts. As I've said before, there is jujitsu, and jujitsu definitely comes into play when a opponent larger than you or stronger than you goes to put in a strike. A really big thing taught in jujitsu is how to dodge that effectively and then immediately use their momentum against them. That can either be while they're executing that punch, you can dodge it and then either use your knee or your hand or whatever. There's so many different parts to this. And then when their momentum is going forward, you use your momentum to also go forward and, use the colliding momentums to add the damage force into a vital area of the body, including the temple, the neck, the what do you call it? Well, I forget the name of the pressure point that's underneath the arms.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Or another one common too is that get behind the opponent. Actually, one fight that we actually see in a pretty recent movie, well, somewhat recent movie that actually really showed a bunch of jujitsu was the short fight between Thanos and Hulk. And
yeah.
There's Infinity War, the very beginning of the movie. Yeah, no, that's a bit. Most of that fight was jujitsu. What you see with Thanos being. And you can agree that Kong has never fought an
My
opponent.
dumbass internet went out! We're fine though. Okay, we're good. Okay, I'm gonna go now. I just want to let y'all know that.
Okay, well, Bowie, this is a question for you and Tekkadan. Where would you guys rate Kong's endurance? What would you rate his stamina?
I think that's more of a thing for you to argue, if I'm going to be honest.
Oh, got it.
Well,
okay, well, yeah.
Because the other ones were like clarifying things of like what got like certain Godzilla scaling, but this one is entirely your character.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you. If we go back to Godzilla versus Kong, is well, Bowie, you said Kong's weight. You did mention it earlier, but you said it wasn't official. But Kong is moving all that body weight around, and he dodged an atomic beam for that shooting out at, was it faster than the speed of sound or breaking the barrier of the speed of sound?
Mach 80.
Which is each Mach is an extra times the speed of sound.
Okay, so we can say Kong. Is it fair to say Kong has a great bit of endurance under his belt?
Oh no, absolutely. But we can't rule out the fact that
turn their volume up a little bit more.
Okay. Right. That's why I feel like the longer the fight is, especially with the battlefield, Kong is going to, because we've seen what he can do while fighting, but also trying to dodge a beam at the same time. If Kong can fight and only have to focus on fighting the person and not having to dodge like an atomic beam like he had to do with Godzilla, I feel like Kong would definitely have enough under the bag to pull the win off against Caesar.
I don't know. There are definitely the feats that Kong has, and I really wanted to take up this one for the fact that I knew, like, obviously, the thing between Caesar and Kong is that he's the one that I think out of a 50-50, he's more likely to win against Kong. But going into this, I also 100% believed if you put them in, you know, the same situation 100 times, it wouldn't be 100% King Caesar winning them all. And I said that from the beginning, correct?
Yes.
But my thing is that I believe Caesar is going to win more often. And that's just due to his martial arts experience. And also finding out that they're not even that far different in weight and size overall. Like it's originally I thought this was going to be much harder due to, like, you know, I thought Kong was somewhere around like 100,000 tons due to Godzilla's weight of 164,000 tons. But then when I found out that was a mistake and biologists are saying, oh, it's way more closer to, you know, 50,000 tons. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And they said 50,000 tons, but they said 50,000 tons, maybe a little bit more. So I said 55,000 tons, right?
Yes, correct. Back to the...
if he was 50,000 tons, that would make him the exact same weight as King Caesar.
Okay, and what about the height? What would be the height?
The height between the two is Kong's was, what was it? 100 and... Tekken, could you help me? Was it 102 or 100? I'm pretty sure it was 102 on the official 102 meters.
To clarify, Kong is currently, I believe it was 333 feet tall.
So
I thought it was 337.
Yeah, like
but
he's in like,
which makes him exactly 2 meters taller than King Caesar, which is 6.5 feet.
Okay. Well, back to the fight, the martial arts side of the fight.
An hour and 30
and
minutes.
I just found this out, like literally as you were talking. Martial artists, and especially ones like King Caesar, who has a specific martial art, which seems to be jujitsu, from what you're saying.
Not specific. We see multiple different ones being used within. Jiu-jitsu is one of them, and jiu-jitsu is one of the most important ones for a fight with Kong.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, Kong, I'm not going to call it a martial art. I'm going to say fighting style. Kong has a fighting style that a lot of martial artists cannot handle.
And what's that?
Kong's fighting style is close to pro wrestling.
Okay. Well, can you elaborate?
Yeah, okay, like in Godzilla versus, well, not even just Godzilla versus Kong, and Kong Skull Island, Godzilla v Kong, obviously. Kong, you know, when he jumps down, he's a very dirty fighter. I'm not gonna even lie, he's a very dirty fighter, but a fight is a fight.
Well, it's an animal fight. It's a glorified animal fight. You can't say, oh yeah, well, an alligator grabbing a cheetah into the water, that's dirty. Yeah, it is, but like, they're animals.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. And I don't know if you're familiar with pro wrestling, like body slams and like, for example, what's the most famous? The most famous submission in pro wrestling is the Boston Crab.
Mm-hmm.
Kong kind of resembles that of a pro wrestler, and pro wrestlers, and we see it all the time.
Funny.
With who's a good martial art? Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor is a great striker. But anytime he fights somebody who's a wrestler, such as Khabib, he doesn't exactly know how to beat.
Called pro wrestling a sport.
What was the recent fight between Jake Paul and what was his name?
Ben Askren.
Ben Askren, yeah.
Isn't Ben a wrestler?
Yeah, Ben is a wrestler. Yes, he is.
He's a UFC wrestler, and you know how that fight went, right? And I'm not saying I like Paul. I don't think anyone here likes Paul, but you can't. That fight went, right?
Yeah, I did.
Granted, yes. I mean, Ben's built like a bag of milk. I mean, but I mean, you can't say a lot of wrestlers aren't built like bags of milk. They like the weight. Like, that's one thing that really helps wrestling is within the weight. You see, it's a spotty thing. I cannot tell you when like a big martial artist, like we're talking someone like Bruce Lee fighting a pro wrestler. I have yet to see it. I don't know, it might exist. But going back to Bruce Lee, for example, like, you know, one of the best martial artists of all time, and you can agree with that, correct?
Well, what do you mean by best martial artist?
Well, one of the most dedicated to martial arts, right?
Okay, this is going to piss a lot of people off, but no.
Elaborate.
No, because, you know, being able to kick somebody's ass in a movie and kicking somebody's ass in real life is two different things.
Well, hear me out. There was
training.
a real life situation. I will send you the link. I will actually send you the link between a ping pong, like a professional ping pong champion.
I've seen this. It's good.
Bruce Lee with nunchucks.
Yeah, he was just playing with these guys.
You cannot tell me that was not impressive.
Yeah, that was very impressive. That shows me just how athletic he is. But being able to beat somebody in ping pong doesn't tell me you can fight. Being able to do
let's not go off topic with the Bruce Lee thing.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, take it out. I'm sorry. Like I said, I know
well, gonna go away from that real quick. That's one thing about a lot of martial artists is that most martial arts fighting was in earlier parts of history. A lot of part of martial artists isn't within fighting, and most martial artists, if they do fight like in actual competition, it's with other martial artists. Like and we also see like some martial arts are superior to others, correct?
Yes.
One of them, for example, is Kung Fu has been shown to be more or superior to karate.
Yes.
Like in most cases, anybody who does Kung Fu, like a very well-experienced Kung Fu artist fighting a very well-experienced karate artist, the Kung Fu artist almost always wins. And I actually looked into this for this. And that's just due to, there's just way more discipline within Kung Fu. And Kung Fu actually happens to be one of the ones that we see in CSAR, and that's exactly what we see within the kick against Anguirus. It's a Kung Fu kick. I forget the name of it specifically, but it can also be called a Taekwondo kick because there's a Taekwondo kick but Taekwondo is specialized in kicking, like completely. I mean, there's a little bit of a hand combat within Taekwondo, but it's mostly feet.
Okay, well, like I said, I'm not going to call this a martial art because calling pro wrestling a martial art is very disrespectful. I'm just going to say a fighting style. I feel like Kong utilizes a lot of pro wrestling in his fight moves.
Kong is a very how do I put this? He's got a very animalistic fighting style, and actually, what's the funny thing? If I wanted to say any martial art it's closest to, it would be a very, 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 very dumbed down version of karate, or not karate, Kung Fu, because most of Kung Fu is actually based off of animal fighting.
Oh, wow.
Like different animals.
Okay, well, yeah, now that I did not know. I did not know that. But, yeah, and that's just like MMA, UFC. Anytime we see a high-level
King Caesar, maybe
fight a high-level boxer. Well, not boxer, I'm sorry. High-level wrestler. The fight is always pretty much one-sided in favor of the wrestler. And Kong is, perfect to compare to a wrestler. They know they can't. Well, Kong can actually punch, but they know they can't punch. They can't kick. They are
we're still on Kong versus King.
Wrestlers can take a lot of punches because they have to get close to the striker to do their takedowns, to do their body slams.
That's the thing we see in a lot of wrestlers is that they have a lot more body fat. And I know that sounds disrespectful, but body fat is a huge thing that helps, especially humans in durability.
It's going to be your turn, like 15 hours,
people
probably.
Are far more likely to survive car crashes and all these types of things. But I can't say that Kong is quite overweight in terms of body fat index.
No, he's actually pretty. He looked ripped. He looked chiseled and
I mean, he's got an interesting build that doesn't really resemble any sort of like a human build. Like he obviously like pulls.
That's true.
Apes.
It's like Thor versus Hulk. Hulk is stronger, but Thor is more of a skilled fighter.
Why did I say that? Because
Hulk goes animalistic. He doesn't control himself.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's more so built like. Okay, Kong's exact frame is a mixture between a Neanderthal
gain more points
and a gorilla.
Subbing or something, I think.
Right. Correct.
Because he still generally he can walk on his all fours. And
for those of you on TikTok, thank you for doing what you're doing.
Often he's more comfortable on his 2 feet. He seems more comfortable fully running, like we see in the Hollow Earth on 4, but you can't say when he's relaxed he is still on 2 feet. I know I'm getting off topic now, and that's my problem.
Can you give me a feat? Can you give me a feat that Caesar pulled off that is as impressive as Kong fighting the 2 Warbats? Because when Kong first entered Hollow Earth, there for no more than 5 minutes, he's getting attacked by, and we know apparently Kong's kind has a weakness for fucking snakes. on legs, flying. It doesn't matter. They have a weakness for snakes. So now the Warbats are snakes that fly. And we see Kong fight. He killed one, and the other one kind of got the upper hand on him.
Killing two Warbats is not high of a feat.
Humans did help him. But I will say this. I believe with given enough time, Kong probably could have broke out of that hole and to excuse him.
No. That's like us saying, because if you relate Kong to a human, right? He's got the same characteristics as a human. Yeah, he's got bigger fists and he can run around on all fours, but he's basically like a human. And if a human gets constricted by a snake, you're not getting out of that. A snake, you may be stronger than a snake, but if it constricts around you and squeezes you're not getting out of that. It's crushing you.
Like, yeah, Godzilla
from the inside. You're not getting out of that.
But you got to remember that snakes are special, especially
especially if you're getting suffocated.
Articulated snakes, for example, pythons
are
like they are insanely strong. Correct?
Yes.
They're like. For example, if anaconda was coiled around my arm, I would have no chance on bending my arm. They are insanely tough. And I'm not saying Godzilla isn't strong. Godzilla has insane
strength. You up in the next two?
In fact,
I think I got Godzilla.
Some of them are ridiculous.
I don't know.
Some of them are actually ridiculous. But
yeah, I got Godzilla after Mechagodzilla.
Caesar, for example, Caesar doesn't go off of raw strength. Caesar is a completely different combatant, and most of his feats aren't based off of strength. I mean, one of those is the Anguirus one. We know that guy can put out more than enough energy.
Godzilla's fought monsters
if that
fought
kick
before.
Was centered on Kong's back or chest, it would knock him down. The one that he did against Anguirus.
Like Shinomura or Muto Prime.
I mean, they completely reversed the momentum
than the other two Mutos.
In a split second.
That's something else you have to take into consideration.
And it went straight backwards. It went right into a mountain, straight forward. There was no arc to it or anything. It was a very high amount of force. Like
which one would you say? Which one would you say is stronger?
I'm gonna ask.
Caesar's kick or Godzilla's beam? Which one's more powerful?
Because okay. Godzilla's beam straight on is a higher force, but you got to remember Kong never took a full direct hit from Godzilla's atomic breath, and obviously we don't know what would have happened if it was a straight beam straight to the chest, and like you don't know what would have happened. Like, what do you think happened if
Are we still on track? Or are we beating the dead horse?
Godzilla, like on the scene where he's stepping on Kong's chest.
Kong fans always talk about how
what do you
unfair
think
it is Kong fighting Godzilla in the water, yet they won't talk about how unfair that Godzilla has to fight a flying alien that won't die unless a whole body is literally obliterated. Like, dude, for real.
I'm not going. Yeah.
No, I don't know. That's gonna be over before it starts.
If you had said that Kong would survive that, I was gonna be like, oh no.
Kong, yeah, definitely. But he did take a hit from the beam.
Oh, he did, but it was a very short lasting beam, and you gotta admit, like, that was he was in pain after that one.
I mean,
you heard and you saw him as soon as it hit him, it like completely screwed up his what's the word here, like when he was jumping, it completely sent him into a tumble.
Momentum.
The momentum, it completely screwed up the momentum.
But what about this? Would you count? Okay, Godzilla, when he first shot the beam directly at the axe.
Don't talk to him about that. Talk to me about it. I'm the one.
Kaiju inches, it was a few inches, so that's just like a couple hundred yards. And he took that, and then when Kong was jumping off the building, trying to hit Godzilla with the axe, Godzilla shot his breath at it again, and Kong still was holding on tight to the axe, like as if the force behind the atomic beam really wasn't phasing Kong as much as we thought it would be. And then he hit Godzilla right in the head with the axe.
So we have Go ahead.
I'm listening. Okay, well then like later on when they're fighting Mecha, and Godzilla shoots his breath to charge the axe again. Now keep in mind, Kong is holding the axe with one hand, and he's still able to hold the axe while Godzilla shooting his breath at it, and then he destroys Mecha.
Another thing we have to take into consideration, we don't know exactly the powers of that axe. We don't know if it actually conceals the force within it. For example, rubber stocks on the end of a gun that really help soak recoil of a gun, for example. We don't know if it does that. We don't know the powers of this axe or the powers of the dorsal fin on the top of it. We don't know if it completely nullifies that. And from the looks of it, when he was jumping up to bring down the axe on Godzilla's head, it didn't look like it was affecting it at all. But we did see maybe it could be a little bit different when it's hitting it from the side, like we saw on the one where right before Godzilla takes it to the thigh or into the water. It had a little bit of
this
effect,
on YouTube, yeah.
but it didn't have
the
same
though.
effect as it did when it actually hit Kong straight on. When it completely screwed up his momentum and whatnot,
Prime. Someone told me that
seared his skin.
Yeah, after the 2014 movie, he fought
it's
Muto
just
Prime.
a completely it's
Muto Prime would
a kind of force
destroy
that
Kong.
we can't really scale because we don't know if the axe is able to soak in that force, right? As with Caesar, it's a complete physical hit.
It's kind of going in circles, yeah.
If that hits Kong in the chest, it's going to knock him right over. And that's the whole thing. Like as said, calculated 300,000 tons of force hitting Kong straight in the chest, that knocks him over.
Well, yeah, okay, I totally agree there. But now you have to name, well, just for my benefit, can you name some durable feats, some endurance feats that Caesar has pulled off?
Caesar has pulled off. One of them is being able to get right back up, or kicking Anguirus, getting right back up, getting ready for round 2. Like this guy has pretty good. He's got good endurance. The only time where he was really challenged is when Godzilla came into play, and that's Final War Godzilla. As Tekkadan scaled him to planetary, that's what's going to happen. You're facing an opponent that's just on a completely different level than you. Caesar once again wasn't on screen to really show much, but the only time we really saw him get bested in Final Wars was with Godzilla.
Right, and granted, I don't. At this point in time, I don't think Kong can. Well, not at a point in time. I don't think he can stand with Final Wars guys.
No. I couldn't see it either.
Right.
So in hand-to-hand, I do not see Kong winning. We can get into the axe a little bit. I think we're starting to, go low on time. Like we're almost half an hour into this, right?
Yeah. So it's just it's really up to Tekkadan who he sees winning that fight, based off what you said, based off of what I said and their feats. So
well, we can go into the axe a little bit, but I'll just bring up thing Ta again, which is the ability, which is where you learn how to disarm opponents and whatnot, either by dodging hits and then grabbing the bottom of the axe to use the leverage to kind of like lever it out of the hand. And I've a couple different videos on that. I will send them to you after the debate if you want to see them.
Yes, thank you. That'd be nice. But you kind of agree with me that you can see Kong having a little bit of a keto under his belt.
A little bit. Like it's obviously not the full art. It's definitely not at all the full art. So it's not like a full master of keto versus a master of jujitsu or kung fu or whatnot,
declare
right?
the winner. Probably, yeah. They should.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Keto is the martial art. I'm listening.
Like in any martial art, comparing a yellow belt to a black belt it's not a fair area, right?
No, it's not at all.
So Tekkadan, can you come in?
All right, so is your debate finished?
Well, I think we're going to stop it here, but we want to hear your opinion right now.
Okay, so what I'm going to need is conclusions, all right? Basically saying why you think you won this debate. That's essentially going to be it. So, because Killian was the first one to started this, I'm going to have Bowie, you're going to state your conclusion. I'm going to have Killian state his conclusion, because I don't know if you guys know this, conclusions, a lot of the time they can sway the outcome the outcome of the debate pretty heavily.
Okay.
It's a very necessary part of this.
Well, my conclusion is that we both agreed that Caesar is a better hand-to-hand combat fighter. Am I correct, Killian?
Yes, we did agree on that. We
also concluded that Kong would... Okay, what I concluded anyway, I gotta wait for Killian's response on this. Out of 100 fights between the two under the same circumstances, I believe Caesar would win more than 50% of them. But I did not once go into this debate saying it would be a 100-100, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Killian, why do you believe you won this debate? Now remember, do not say anything you did not say during said debate, and you cannot interrupt, and Bowie cannot interrupt the other person's debate conclusion. After these conclusions are given, that's the end, and I'll give the verdict.
Okay, well, with all that was said, I believe I won because I brought up some impressive feats that Kong pulled off, not just on the offensive side, but also in the durability side. I also mentioned that Kong you can compare his fighting style to that of a pro wrestler, of a high level wrestler, and I also brought up perfect examples of what happened when high level strikers such as King Caesar, martial artists fight pro level wrestlers. So yeah, that's what I come to.
Okay, so to start, this was a very close debate throughout. You guys both came up with very good points, and you argued them to the best of your ability. But by the end of this, I will say that I would give this debate to BigBoyBouie at a very high difficulty, might I add.
This is not an easy.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, this was not like this. This was a high diff. It was a very high diff. So Bowie was just, I believe, able to argue his points just a little bit better and brought more to the table. Now, this is not like putting anything bad on your name, Killian. You did a very good job.
Yeah, no, legit. I'm not even lying.
A lot of the points actually did go through, but Bowie was able to counter them with some of his own arguments. So, for those reasons, I do believe Bowie did win this debate.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that. Good job, Bowie.
Yeah, good job, Killian. Good job, Killian. Hey, legit, good job, my guy.
Do we want to do a little something to go into the next one, or are we just gonna go straight into it?
That's up to Spinach. If he just wants to get into it, that's up to him. But again, Killian, good job. Like, legit, good job, my guy.
Legitimate. Actually, real
Thanks,
quick.
Grant. Thank you, guys.
I don't know if I'm following.
Well done, Killian.
I'll follow you. I'll actually follow you really quickly. Let me make sure.
All right, I'm gonna go quiet again because I was never here.
Finish here.
I am here.
Okay.
All right, so now,
okay, I don't necessarily know what I would need to do for an intro, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say that.
Oh, are we gonna go straight into it? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, what do you?
All right, so yeah, so I guess Mitch wants to go first, scaling his character first, and all that good stuff. So
I'm gonna mute my.
State your premise, I guess, if Killian is ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go, Spinach.
All right, same rules as last time. State your premise. Let's get into this.
All right, so I am arguing for Mechagodzilla, specifically the 2021 Godzilla vs. Kong edition. I believe that he would beat Kong in a fight, of course, one-on-one, purely because the amount of damage that we saw Mechagodzilla deal to Godzilla himself would not translate well if given to Kong.
Okay, well, hello, you guys still there?
Yeah, no, I can't.
I'm still
Can't
there.
hear me.
All right, okay. Well, okay, obviously I'm arguing for Kong. I see Kong beating Mecha. I do, because one, Kong, like I said against Bowie, Kong has a high level of intelligence, and I feel like we can both agree, and when not just even me and you, Spinach, we can all agree that Kong would be smarter than Godzilla. And not to mention, this isn't Mechagodzilla has an infused Ghidorah head, and it's not Ichi nor Ni, it's Kevin. So I feel like Kong would definitely find a way to beat Mechagodzilla since it's Kevin controlling him.
What?
Okay.
That's kind of funny, not gonna lie. That's kind of good.
I will laugh.
How dare you make fun of me?
You guys are good.
No,
I will be working out while judging this debate, so I won't be on mute as much.
Now, Tekka, let me clarify something real quick. Are we in the Central Park scenario again? Like, kind of
This
a
is
level playing
once
field?
again, it's in the Central Park soon. This is once again, it's just going to be an area where both your characters are able to utilize everything they have to its fullest extent.
I didn't use
So it's going to be an
Death
area where
Battle, so I
Kong will
don't know.
still utilize his agility, but it's not going to be a massive disadvantage to Mechagodzilla, if that makes any sense. So it is a neutral field. So,
Well,
like,
Spinach. How about? I'm sorry, take it down. You can finish.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say that's just really how it works.
Okay, Spinach. How about this? How about we make the battlefield Hollow Earth?
Hollow Earth. Wouldn't that put Kong at an advantage?
No, because Mecha gets his power from Hollow Earth.
Okay, I can see that as fair.
So would you agree to do that? Make the fight in Hollow Earth?
Sure, we can do Hollow Earth.
All right, so who's going first? Take it down.
Look at his ass getting dragged through the streets. Look at this boy.
Either of you stated your premise yet?
We did.
Actually, no. Spinach stated his premise.
Come here, boy.
Killian, you stated yours yet?
Yes, I have.
Okay, then. Yeah, I think I missed your premise. Whatever.
We've got him. Get over here.
Spinach will be the first one going.
Okay,
right.
So regardless of whether or not Kevin is the one in full control, if it's solely Kevin alone in control of Mechagodzilla, I still believe that Mechagodzilla is taking the fight because like I said, we saw exactly what he was able to do to Godzilla himself. He was capable of lifting and throwing Godzilla, who I believe is stated to weigh just over 99,000 tons in Godzilla vs. Kong. In what was previously stated, Kong only weighs around 50,000 tons. If he's able to lift and throw Godzilla to the degree that he is, that shouldn't be a problem with Kong. Furthermore, we established that Godzilla's beam was able to damage Kong at only a glancing blow, right?
Yes, correct.
Mechagodzilla's beam on a direct hit was able to severely damage Godzilla, which we have established Godzilla already has an extremely high durability, being able to be dropped from the stratosphere and being able to get up within a matter of minutes.
Okay, so you're correct. Is it my turn now, or?
Sure.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. So you said you seen what Mecha can. It doesn't matter if it's Ichi, or Kevin. We've seen what he can do against Godzilla, and I'm going to have to say that is incorrect. We've seen what Mecha can do against a weakened Godzilla. We don't know what he'll do against a full-powered one. However, the director has said if Godzilla was at full power, he would have beaten Mecha with minimal effort. So we've seen what he can do against a weakened Godzilla, not a powerful Godzilla. And with that being said, it's fair
that
to
goes
say
against you because
Kong.
Hold on. If you say what he would have done against a powerful one, so you're saying that. So you're admitting to the fact that
he's very aware.
Godzilla
he's more aware
beat
than what
Kong
they show in the movies.
at a lesser percent.
They showed a lot more of his awareness in Godzilla
I'm
versus
using that.
Kong.
That's my argument.
But it's safe to say that Kong is smarter, and we know not so much on Kevin's behalf. Kevin's intelligence is there, but without Ichi and Ni, he's just brute strength and he's a driving force. But with Kong, like I said, Kong's the way he can move around, especially if the fight is in Hollow Earth, where he's
meant to counter Godzilla, but Godzilla's stronger than Kong, so Kong wouldn't stand a chance against Mechagodzilla at all.
As you said, we've seen what
they accounted for that.
Beam, it damaged Godzilla. Yeah, it damaged Godzilla while he was already weakened, though. This wasn't 100% Godzilla. If Godzilla would have shot that beam that he shot down to Hollow Earth at Mecha would be destroyed.
This helps my point. This proves my point.
Yeah, with that being said, we don't know what Mecha would do against Godzilla without him being weakened, even though the director has said that he believed Godzilla would beat Mecha.
You are sorry, go ahead.
Okay, and not to mention that
he literally destroyed himself. He self-imploded saying that.
I already brought up the point.
He self-imploded saying that.
Yeah,
now
like
it makes
Bowie
my
saying
job a whole lot
debate
easier.
between me and him. Kong is very smart. Kong learns as he fights. Like if I can cite evidence from Godzilla versus Kong, when he ran up and pulled Mecha's head back to stop him from killing Godzilla, that is intelligence at its finest. When he threw the building so he can do a silent takedown on Godzilla, that is intelligence at its rawest, especially in the MonsterVerse. And Godzilla, he was able to, I guess you can say, outsmart Godzilla. And I'm going to say this. I believe Godzilla is smarter than Kevin. So if he can easily find a way, if he can outsmart Godzilla, he can outsmart Kevin, especially without Ichi and me. And that's the point I have to make. So, yeah.
He can't. No,
so
he can't beat Kevin. No matter how strong he is, because Godzilla is stronger than Kong. It was confirmed by the director.
On the front that
he is strong.
The fight would have gone very differently if it was a 100% Godzilla.
Beam.
Like you said, the director did state that Godzilla was only at 50%. However, Kong was not able to defeat Godzilla at 50%. So,
this makes my job so much easier.
Outclassing a Godzilla at 50%, who outclassed Kong at his full capacity. How does that translate to Kong being able to defeat Mechagodzilla?
Well, Kong is a very aware... I'm sorry.
And even if it is Kevin, I could even argue... So it is stated explicitly in the film of Godzilla vs. Kong, and heavily implied throughout King of the Monsters, that Kevin... Or not Kevin, Ghidorah, the three heads communicate before ultimately coming up with strategies and things like that, almost instantaneous. Now, we see that Kevin is bullied quite a bit by his brothers, okay? So
Kevin lives matter, by the way.
There's this constant, you could you could say that, he is being overridden by his brothers. He's needing to present his argument and be ultimately shut down. If the interference from his brothers is not there, Kevin can make decisions on his own.
He's not incompetent.
And Kevin is still, capable of fighting, dealing damage.
Remember, it's a hive mind.
Absolutely.
It's a hive mind
totally
kind of
agree,
thing. So each one
back to your argument
communicates telepathically. It's even said in the movie itself by one of the workers who works at APAC. Each one of the monsters are able to communicate with each other telepathically. So it's not just one hive mind. They all have different brains. They all function differently.
He had enough strength to pull his head back. He had enough strength to catch his arm. He had enough strength to kick Mechagodzilla, and Mechagodzilla did feel that kick because his head did turn. And Kong had enough strength while almost dying 5 minutes prior. Keep in mind to still catch Mecha's tail, and at the same time hold the axe while Godzilla shoot his atomic beam at the axe. So, and this all happened while Kong was just literally on the brink of death, 10 minutes prior to him jumping in.
Another thing you need to consider, though, is the fact that, and you can see this in the scenes between Kong and Mechagodzilla. Kong only was engaging Mechagodzilla when distracted by Godzilla, right? Even in the initial fight, you just mentioned, he was able to pull Mechagodzilla's head back, shooting the proton beam. He was currently grappling with Godzilla. And just after that, when Kong was up on Mechagodzilla's arm, he was grappling with Godzilla on one arm and Kong on the other.
Doesn't feel pain.
Now, another thing that we are leaving out is Mechagodzilla has a highly prehensile tail and an arsenal of missiles built into his shoulders. Even if Kong was able to grapple with each of Mechagodzilla's arms, there's still the tail and there's still the proton beam, and I might even add Mechagodzilla's mouth if he should choose to go ahead and just take a bite out of him.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about if this is a fight between them, both of them well, first of all, if the fight, especially if the fight takes place in Hollow Earth, because in the movie, Mechagodzilla was at 100% the whole time until he died because they had connected the power source to him. So
wouldn't he be even stronger if he was closer to his power source?
Maybe, but you can make the same argument for Kong because Kong after almost dying 5 minutes ago came and fought that 100% Mechagodzilla.
But was immediately thrown every time he was fully focused on Kong.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly. And Kong did rip his head off with minimal effort. After
chopping it with an axe.
A
fully charged axe.
Well, hey, this is a fight, man. You gotta level the playing field. So, like you said, he has an arsenal of weapons. He has his proton breath, and he has his teeth. I mean,
here's another thing. The axe isn't charged infinitely.
It's not
It'll run out.
Know how to use
We've seen that happen. The axe will run out.
Mecha does. And that, like I said, that plays a lot with it being Kevin control. Now, if it was Ichi or Ni, who knows? But this is Kevin that we're talking about, and we've seen it. Like, he has all the weapons, he just really didn't know how to beat them. So Kong, and especially
he almost did beat Godzilla. Is the thing. He's much quicker than Godzilla and was able to. And we don't even have confirmation that the fact that it was Kevin's head was detrimental to Mechagodzilla at all. There's just no evidence for that. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, you can say that, but yeah, he almost beat a Godzilla. No, he almost beats a weakened Godzilla. You have to say that to let it be known.
Are we Mechagodzilla almost beats a weakened Godzilla?
Yes, he did. Yeah,
I would go so far as to say he almost slaughtered a weakened Godzilla. He lifted and dragged him around like a rag doll.
The only thing that was keeping him alive was his durability. That was it.
Right, and again, I'm going to restate this. What is that going to do to a Kong who can't beat Godzilla even at 50%?
Well, okay, as far as the Godzilla versus Kong fight, well, I think Greenlee's going to debate this, but I'll just throw it out there and as a preview. Kong, the difference between, Godzilla and Kong, in the movie at least, is Kong was fighting the whole movie. That's one thing I throw out there. Godzilla came, he destroyed Apex, he went back, had his rest. He came and he fought Kong. Boom, Kong went to Hollow Earth.
Dude, he did not fight the entire movie.
Kong
what was the part of him going to get the axe? He wasn't fighting anything.
There was no breaks for Kong. Or at least not a long
ambition to get out of there.
Whereas Godzilla, and I guess you can say, well, Godzilla had his time and Mecha doesn't need breaks because he has his unlimited power source. So that's one of the main differences.
So Mechagodzilla's endurance outclasses Kong's.
Yes.
This makes my debate so much easier.
Yes, I will agree with you on that. It does. But
so consequentially, he has no capability of becoming tired, no slowed thought processes, unless alcohol enters the chat.
Yeah, well, that not only saved my monster's life, but yours as well. Because aren't you a Godzilla fan?
Oh, I am a Godzilla fan, of course.
Yeah, my kaiju put his life on the line to save your apex predator when he didn't have to. He could have got Gia and just left.
Gia wouldn't allow it.
And I'm not debating that. I am. And full disclosure, I'm 100% happy with the way that movie ended. I predicted it. But we're getting a little sidetracked. This is
no spoilers. Well, you shouldn't be here.
This is Mechagodzilla versus Kong.
Yes, it is, and like you said, Mecha doesn't get tired, but he doesn't get tired, but he can still be killed, as we've seen in the movie, and we've seen who was the one to kill him, and we've seen how can Kong kill him. So imagine if they were in Hollow Earth, where he doesn't have to wait for Godzilla to shoot his breath at the axe. He can just say, "Oh, I'm about to charge this up," and he's going to keep. Actually, a theory of mine is that and this is just a theory, of course, it's not official, so Tekkadan, bear with me. While Kong is in Hollow Earth, the axe stays charged. It doesn't start to wear off until he goes back to the surface.
You remember how it was charged? It lit up because it signaled. It
so
doesn't
it wouldn't
mean
be like he has to stop, charge it, and then fight Mecha hand to hand and then wait for it to charge and then come back and grab the axe. No, the axe is going to stay. The axe is going to stay charged while he's in Hollow Earth. And
Well,
then as we,
I'm going to go ahead and say that.
I'm gonna go ahead and say what?
Hello?
You good?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say what?
Correct.
You cut out badly there.
Hey,
You're good.
you cut off, Spinach. You got to repeat yourself. You cut off.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. Where did you lose me?
I didn't hear nothing. Like literally nothing you had just said.
Okay. So I'm going to say that it's not the axe is not
Killian,
necessarily
Bully won.
always charged, right? Just because it is in Hollow Earth does not mean it's charged. When Kong found the axe, it was not charged. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So we don't know what circumstances requires it to remain charged, but for the sake of the argument, let's just say that it does remain charged.
Okay, that's fair.
Now let's go ahead and this is what I am visualizing. That now if we put Kong in the exact same circumstance that Godzilla met Mechagodzilla, right? If they charge each other, Mechagodzilla decides to use his missiles right off the bat. Godzilla was discomforted by those. Kong has a pretty high vulnerability to fire and firepower in general.
Correct.
Correct? So, that's already going to do a number to him. Right? And we don't know the exact limits to Mechagodzilla's, shoulder arsenal. We know that it's pretty high.
Right.
Even if he started with that, Kong is already in trouble.
All right, well, let's take it from there. If we're going to talk about, them fighting, we have to talk about the aspect of how each of them fight. See, like I said, Kong being smarter than Godzilla, and like you said, Kong is aware. He's highly aware. Kong is aware of his vulnerability to fire. He's aware of all of that. Kong wouldn't fight Mechagodzilla
legendary
the way Godzilla did. That's not how Kong moves. Kong is he knows that he's outclassed by this opponent. So Kong, like I said, the battlefield. This is where the battlefield comes into play for Kong. And we've seen, I guess we've seen a little bit of Hollow Earth. They could have shown more, but we've seen how big it was. And we've seen how Kong moved around in it. If Kong, this is basically his, I guess you can say, his original home, but it's not his home turf because he didn't grow up in Hollow Earth. So therefore, it's going to make the fight fair. And even in that aspect, Mechagodzilla was made out of a Godzilla skeleton. If I'm not,
he
correct me
wasn't.
if I'm wrong.
He was not.
Kong ripped his head off with his bare hands as if it was nothing.
No.
Okay, but only after decapitating both his arms, one of his legs, and the tail.
No.
He went prone at.
No, there was no skeleton.
Wait,
there was no skeleton.
You're right, but
I'm not denying that Kong is strong and is able to.
Who won Congress? Caesar high def.
The strength of using his strength to pull off Mechagodzilla's head, but I'm looking at the circumstances that required him to get there, right? So Mechagodzilla had to be distracted by, the system error.
I believe Spinach is winning.
And then he was already in the grapple, okay? Required both of the arms, one of the legs, and the tail to be chopped off, right?
Mechagodzilla spine.
Yeah.
Furthermore, what I would say is Mechagodzilla, our first introduction to him, he uses an execution style. Basically, Spread Eagle splits a Skullcrawler in half. I would argue there's really nothing stopping him from doing that same exact thing to Kong.
Beat Kong at 50%.
Wait, hold up. Okay, yeah, you've seen Mecha did kill
Bowie won against Killian.
Kong killed those for breakfast. He wakes up killing them, goes to sleep killing them. When he gets bored on Skull Island, he goes and kills them. So you can't really, if you want to go by that feat, then that's going to be more toward Kong.
I'm not using that as a feat to demonstrate Mechagodzilla's strength in comparison to a Skullcrawler. I'm saying that he's capable of using that technique.
Oh,
So
okay.
if he's able to detain Kong in a similar manner that he was able to, preoccupying both his arms and legs, he's fully capable of executing him in the same similar manner.
Okay, well, like you said, Kong chopped both his arms off and then he pulled his head off. Well, see, that's the thing about Kong. Kong believes in fighting smarter, not harder. And as we've seen,
without the charge axe, he's not
as
going
we've
to do
seen
anything.
when Kong did it, even if that was the case, he had to chop his arms off to do it. You know, I'm going to bet that pulling off Mechagodzilla's head took a lot of strength. I mean, right? So I don't think he would be able to hold Kong down to do that. I don't think he would be able to.
He did, though.
Did he?
He did. That was Kong. Literally had the drill, the equivalent of kaiju inches from his face. He was detained. He was down. The only reason that Kong survived that was because Josh poured the alcohol into the system, which further, it caused the system error for Mechagodzilla, buying him time, and this is stated, buying enough time for Godzilla to charge the axe.
Well, yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from with that. But as I've said, I don't know if we have any like official weight for Mechagodzilla. I don't know if we have any because he has a Godzilla skeleton,
video,
but
yeah.
then again he's metal, he's mechanized, so I can't really.
It is confirmed that he has an outer plating of titanium.
Oh wow! So Kong pulled titanium apart with little to no effort.
Well, I wouldn't say with little to no effort.
After already create, it's like me. That would be like me saying I can pull a tree in half. I can pull a log in half, Captain America style, only after chopping it several times with an axe. It's not that impressive, as opposed to straight up pulling the log in half.
Right, and I agree. But like I said earlier, it's about fighting smarter.
I made
not
this
harder, as to where you said you want to look at it as put Kong in the same position
not
Godzilla
this, but
was
I made
in.
the.
And there's
took
no
the
way he
background
would
and
be
then
in that position because Kong would
cut
know
this and
better.
put it on here.
And not to mention, like I said when debating Bowie, and Bowie agreed with me on this, Kong learns as he fights. I mean,
same thing
think
with
about
Godzilla.
it. Kong wasn't in King of the Monsters, so how does he know what the kiss of death is? Because that's what Mecha was going to do to Godzilla.
Nope, that was in 2014. Kiss of Death was.
But Kong knew to come pull his head back. Kong just learns all around, and like I said, it plays a lot with Mecha himself is an arsenal. He's Godzilla, but with human weapons, dangerous ones. But it comes down to who's controlling him, and this is Kevin we're talking about.
It's a circular argument.
But we've already established that we don't know if Kevin was detrimental to the functionality of Mechagodzilla.
Oh, well, if Kevin wasn't controlling him, then who would be? That's $1 million question.
What I'm saying. Sorry, was that Tekka?
No, I don't think Tekka said anything.
Wait, no. So I'm saying what I'm not.
He's getting pissed.
I'm saying that
okay.
Kevin was not controlling Mechagodzilla. I'm willing to accept that. In fact, I think it's hilarious if he is. What I'm saying is that really that detrimental to Mechagodzilla's functionality?
What does Kevin have to do with it? He's not even
the other heads controlling it.
I mean, well, of course, because imagine if Ichi or Ni was controlling him, then I don't think Godzilla nor Kong would have survived. I mean, well, actually, I said earlier that Godzilla was smarter than Kevin. I think at this point I may have to take that back because Kevin, if you don't mind me saying, of course, Kevin kind of really used Godzilla's abilities better than he did. With the proton breath, and so maybe Kevin is a little bit more intelligent. This is going to be such an interesting. But his
whenever I have
to,
this is that so interesting.
Nowhere near.
Oh,
he is very nefarious because Ghidorah is a very.
I'm finna end this man.
But I don't think intelligent-wise he's in the same ballpark as Kong.
No.
And I'm willing to agree with you on the front that Kong is more intelligent than most kaiju, probably any kaiju we've seen to this point. However, it's how that intelligence comes into play, and Bowie kind of established that street smarts are not the same thing as book smarts in the same way that, and this can be applied here. There are different kinds of smarts, all right, but personally, I don't see Kong's overall intelligence causing him to win the fight, because you can see in clips of Mechagodzilla battling Godzilla, his reaction time and ability to problem solve is it's very high. It is very high, and we can see in several parts of the fight, Mechagodzilla is capable of using his environment around him to assist him in taking the win.
Right,
so,
but it's not as high as Kong, and we're talking about Hollow Earth being the battlefield, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I would, especially like I said, especially given how Kong likes to move on like high ground to get the upper hand on his opponents, to sneak around, to do silent takedowns and all that. Kong, especially in Hollow Earth, and while the axe is charged, Kong can definitely just, beep boop, hide somewhere. Well, climb somewhere.
I'll be back. Give me a sec.
Of course, this is Kevin. He's not going to be smart enough to figure it out, or not smart enough to not fall for it. And Kong can just easily deliver the same killing blow he did when they fought on high ground. Well, on the surface. Let me say that.
I don't think we have enough evidence to say whether or not Kevin controlling Mechagodzilla is going to be detrimental enough to cause him to not be able to figure out or find Kong. And like I've already established, Mechagodzilla's speed and reaction time are incredibly high. I would dare say perhaps on par, if not higher, than Kong's.
Oh, I think we're gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that one, because if we're just going by, what we seen Kong do against Mecha, granted he did have Godzilla there. I mean, even if you want to say Godzilla was there, Godzilla's kind of really standing back, watching the situation, scanning it. I guess he wants to see Kong's strength or whatever. Kong, be that as it may, he did catch Mecha's tail. He took a hit from it, but then and I was like, okay, well then Mecha can overpower Kong, but then Kong came right back the next shot and was like, no, not as much as you think he can, because when he caught his tail. So yeah, I don't, like I said, intelligence plays a lot with who wins a fight. It's about fighting smarter, not necessarily fighting harder, which is exactly what Ghidorah does. And that's all three of them. And even the more intelligent ones, Ichi and Nii, they fight harder, not necessarily smarter. So
I would disagree with that. We see several times and opportunities where Ghidorah, and we'll bring this up when I argue Ghidorah himself does a lot of strategizing and clever attack patterns. Now, back to where you mentioned, he was able to get back up after that, after grappling. Like I said, look at it this way. He had him down. Mechagodzilla had Kong down. All right. He had him occupied with tail on one side and claw on the other side. Mechagodzilla has at least 3 other options of finishing right then and there. Missile assault, he has 1 other claw, which, may I bring up, each claw is equipped with industrial-grade buzzsaws on each hand. Right? And, of course, there's the proton beam. So, if Mechagodzilla is capable of getting Kong down into that position, which he has already demonstrated that he is more than capable of doing so, it's over.
Yeah, but Kong has also demonstrated that he's more than capable of getting back up and finishing him off as well.
But that was only after human interference. We are not factoring in human interference into this fight.
Oh well, yeah, I totally agree with you. Human interference would be, I guess, kind of cheating, and you're right because but that's why I say it comes into play with intelligence and the battlefield. The intelligence being this is Kong, who Bowie has even who Bowie admitted shows some impressive intelligence. This is Kong, well, some high level intelligence. This is Kong against Kevin. Are you gonna put? I'm gonna put my money on the opponent who not only can fight hard, but who can fight smarter, who's calculated, and who's a great planner over the guy who's not very there mentally, but he just has the arsenal to keep up.
I'm not there mentally.
Kevin and Kong.
Once again, this is not Kevin versus Kong. We don't have any confirmation whether this actually is Kevin or whether Kevin's individual intelligence is coming into play. This is Mechagodzilla, and based off of what we've seen, more than capable of countering Kong.
Yeah, to keep from this going circular, Spinach has already addressed that multiple times, so let's not try and circle back to that anymore, because that's gonna stop debate from progressing forward. So,
yeah, I agree, Tekkadan. I apologize, Spinach, but okay, so let's get down to this. Let's get down to the fighting. He's faster than Godzilla, but that was a weakened Godzilla. But not gonna keep repeating that. And this is him fighting Kong. Mechagodzilla hasn't demonstrated a fighting style, whereas Kong, and Bowie said, Kong kind of has demonstrated a fighting style. So
if Mechagodzilla does
10 years
not have
later
a set fighting style, would you say that makes him more difficult to predict in his movements and his attack patterns?
Well, no, because especially if we're using Kong's mind, this is Godzilla 2.0. It is still Godzilla, but it is a Godzilla with a more impressive arsenal under his belt. So I do get where you're going with it, but then again, this is Kong we're talking about, and Kong is the better fighter than Godzilla. Not more powerful, but the better hand-to-hand fighter. And if especially with the battlefield being Hollow Earth, of course, where Kong has his axe charged, imagine Mechagodzilla throwing a punch, Kong catches it, chops his arm off like it's nothing. I mean,
when did that happen?
And not to mention that Godzilla he was damaged.
Might have followed me back. That's how long this took.
Proton blast, and Kong's axe is
I can't speak up. I made a vow. I won't go against it. I will not do it.
I'm willing to bet it probably can't endure the blast itself. And now Kong can use that power. Because the axe is now charged by the proton blast, and he can use that to destroy
the proton blast would be something.
No, I'm going to correct you on something. There's no evidence to say that the proton blast can charge the axe, or whether or not the axe could even deflect the proton blast. It's not the same power or energy that Godzilla produces.
Just replace Godzilla with Kong using his axe.
It's a
Godzilla
scale. So whatever I guess he can endure, the axe kind of can at the same time.
And we saw the proton blast visibly damage Godzilla.
The proton will break it. Yeah.
Yes, he was damaged. I said that, but he still did endure it. And you gotta keep in mind that was a weakened Godzilla, but yeah, he still did endure it. So that means that, like I said, because the axe is a Godzilla scale, that means the axe can do it as well. Correct? Would you say I'm right on that?
So let me make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. You're saying that the axe itself, because it is part of Godzilla, would be able to absorb the proton blast, or at least...
Yeah, so you're saying if Godzilla happened to turn around,
deflect it,
right, and get hit by that proton blast, he wouldn't go flying backwards? He wouldn't go flying?
No, he would
fly.
Absorb it.
He would fly.
But deflect or endure, yes.
So here's the thing. The proton beam is not radiation. The Godzilla scales were able to absorb The blast, because that's their job. That's their biological function on Godzilla, is a radiation absorber.
It's supposed to channel it. It's
That's
supposed
how
to
he
channel
channels
the
and
energy
charges his breath,
upwards.
is through the
Because if you
scales.
remember in Godzilla,
The proton beam
in
is
Godzilla
not
Aftershock, whenever he fought
radioactive
Muto, when
by
the Muto
nature,
broke his spines, right? And he
it
got Muto
won't
Prime
have
on
the
his
same
back and
effect.
shot him upwards.
So,
It wasn't
I
the
would
reason
agree
it
that
shot him
for a
upwards
time,
was because
the
his scales
scale would
weren't
perhaps
there.
be able to
So
block
the energy
the
had nowhere to
proton
go
beam.
to travel through. It
But
went up and just
ultimately,
boom.
rather than
It shot
absorbing the
upwards.
energy,
It couldn't
the
go out
energy
the
would
mouth
just
because it wasn't
cause the
channeling through the back of the
scale to
spine.
eventually shatter.
That's why.
Oh, okay. Now I see where you're getting at, because it's not a radiation blast like Godzilla's.
Correct.
Okay,
No,
so
it's a
I
different
definitely
energy.
see where you're getting at. Okay, so let me see. What can Kong fall back on? Okay, Kong is a formidable fighter. We don't see Mecha display any. We just see him beat Godzilla. He doesn't even beat his ass in a particular way. He just
But he does it in an evasive and brutal style. There are several clips of Mechagodzilla utilizing strategy to evade and use the carrying momentum to lift and launch Godzilla.
do me a favor, Spinach. Compare Mecha's ability to strategize to Kong's ability. Because we've seen Kong kind of like Batman. We see Kong come up with plans or strategies.
Overwhelming
kinda
force
like
and brute strength. You won't
right
have
then and
time to
there.
figure out what to do because you're being overwhelmed.
Mecha was programmed. You can't say that
Watching
he
from the
has
senior
better
center.
strategy. He was
Bruh.
programmed to already know how to beat this opponent. Well, that being Godzilla. Which is another reason I feel like Kong kind of had that upper hand on Mecha, because Mecha doesn't know anything about Kong. I mean, he still outclasses him, like I said, because he's Godzilla 2.0. But like I said, strategy wise, that feat would be more toward Kong, because we've seen what Kong, like his strategy. You're comparing strategy to programming. Mecha was programmed to already know how to beat Godzilla. That's why when in Godzilla versus Kong, when Godzilla was charging up to shoot his breath, Mecha kind of just did the little boost punch and hurry up and beat him and punched him, hurry up and beat him to the punch with that. But Mecha was programmed.
Everyone is smarter, stronger, and have more durability.
He's not programmed.
It's basically technology
He was
against.
programmed, and even without, I'm going to be honest, if without being programmed
animal.
to already
It's technology
know how to beat
against
Godzilla,
animal.
Mecha probably would have beaten him.
This debate with so long, Destroy has been introduced into the MonsterVerse.
So I'm going to go ahead and state that there's no factual evidence supporting that specific statement, that it was programming that was causing Mechagodzilla to win. Furthermore, it is stated that Ghidorah, his consciousness took over Mechagodzilla. So it was less programming at that point and more Ghidorah's conscious going and taking the reins. Now, once again, that all we saw was basically Ghidorah's control over Mechagodzilla,
like a phoenix.
which what I would say is probably far more organic than simple programming. And even if it was programming, the reaction time to deal with specific scenarios it was more than sufficient to beat Godzilla. And I will point out once again, one-on-one, when it was one-on-one between Mechagodzilla and Kong, the grapples were over within seconds.
Well, okay. Well, even in that sense, if it wasn't programming, like you said, it was Ghidorah. Wait. Hold on, Spinach. Because now your argument, your argument is kind of collapsing on itself. Because at first you say there is no proof that it was Kevin, but now you're saying it was Ghidorah's consciousness. I mean, so
I don't understand how this is winning. I'm so confused.
No proof.
Specifically saying that Kevin and his individual intelligence.
All right.
Is detrimental to Mechagodzilla is different from saying Ghidorah, in whatever form, took over Mechagodzilla.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, even if you know that's the sense, it wasn't. You can still kind of say that that's borderline programming because not only if let's say for example if it was Ghidorah's consciousness, 100% his consciousness. Ghidorah had just fought Godzilla, if I believe,
mainly via
Godzilla,
rhetoric
King
alone,
of the Monsters
rhetoric.
took place
Okay.
10 years before. Well, in the movies, 10 years before GVK. So
5 years.
even 5 years. So even in that sense, Ghidorah is already knowing what to do. Mecha's already he has it in him to already know what to do against Godzilla. You get what I'm saying?
What he says? No.
So again, I'm trying to understand. And you're saying that because of Ghidorah,
smarter,
or because Ghidorah had already faced Godzilla, that's why he was able to do so well against Godzilla.
Oh, damn it.
Yes, correct. And now he has a more impressive arsenal to back him up as well.
And once again, I'm saying that if you look at the clips, anytime Mechagodzilla was solely focused on Kong,
no, don't
Kong
say
was either
end it.
on his
no,
back,
don't say end it.
knocked down, for that. Or locked down in a grapple.
Yeah, and you're absolutely correct. But also, while focusing solely on Kong, that fight ended with Mecha being torn to pieces by said Kong.
But that wasn't one-on-one between Kong and Mechagodzilla.
No,
it
was one-on-one. All Godzilla did was charge the axe. Kong took it.
All he did was charge the axe at base power. The axe doesn't have any effect on Mechagodzilla. And once again, the system error is what caused that to even happen in the first place.
It all led up to that.
Well, even before the system error, and I get what you're saying for that, even before that, Kong was restraining his tail. Kong is just waiting for...
He was struggling.
I guess in his case...
My charger died.
Opportunity.
Oh,
that's what you can say. Because that's all Godzilla did. I mean, Godzilla didn't get up and rip Mecha up with Kong. No, Kong got that axe charged and, proceeded to lay the beat down. He laid the killing move. While Mecha was solely focused on him.
Okay. But take away the system error, and I'll give you that the axe was still charged. Take away system error, Kong was going down.
Yeah, that's true. He was he's pinned down. He was pinned down.
I mean, like I said, man, I believed it without even focusing on Kong. When Kong pulled Mecha's head back, Mecha, hit him with the tail and knocked Kong down easily. But then Kong showed us like the next shot when he caught the tail that he has and like I said, you have to remember.
My
10
teachers
minutes
will
before
understand.
all this,
yes.
Kong was on the brink of death.
There's a Kaiju Debate. My teachers will understand.
So this is a fight where Kong is at 100% capacity because, as you said, and we agreed, Mecha doesn't have like exhaustion. He has his unlimited power source. So he doesn't have exhaustion. He doesn't have fatigue, whereas Kong does. But if this is a fight,
hold up, question: have you guys already gone over this point before? Because those debates been going over.
Yes, we have.
Yeah. Okay. Thought so. So once again, let's not go back to being circular, and let's continue on with more argumentation because this point has already been covered quite a while ago.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, the argument kind of ends there, to be honest with you, Spinach, because Kong did kill him. So, I mean,
we've already established that was only with help.
Pew, pew.
So you count Godzilla charging the axe as help.
No.
Yes.
Because
the axe was not charged beforehand.
And even then, Kong was still giving him the business, even in that sense. The axe was just to actually kill the guy.
No.
But like Tekkadan said, not going to keep circling back to that. So let's look at some feats from Mega Godzilla side and Kong side. You can go first.
But we're just getting to the argument side? What the?
So feats. Sorry. Adjusting my seat. Feats. Capable of lifting and throwing a 99,000-ton Godzilla. Right? And outperforming Godzilla, almost killing him. Like I said, only at 50% power. Godzilla was only at 50% power. But that same 50% power overpowered Kong. His reaction time and speed is much higher than Mechagodzilla, or than Godzilla's. His arsenal is far superior.
The world
Proton
needs me.
Scream,
Yes.
or Beam. Buzzsaws in hands. Longer arms. Zygodactyl claws. A long prehensile tail that he uses to hit things, as well as turn into a drill. Let me see. Oh, and of course, he charges his various limbs with the same energy that powers Kong's axe and Hollow Earth.
Okay. Kong feats. And let me just say, those are some very impressive feats that you named on Mecha's behalf. He ragdolled Godzilla that was at 50%.
Give me some pork rinds. I need some pork
if
rinds.
we go back to the first
Give me
fight,
the pork rinds.
Kong fought a Godzilla that was at 100%.
Goodbye. Thank you for joining.
While he was at 50% because he had got sedated.
Oh my god, the sedation thing?
So, which one sounds more impressive? Beating somebody while they're at 50%, or beating somebody while you're at 50%? Because Kong pushed, Godzilla right off the ship.
He wasn't sedated.
While, with I ain't gonna say no effort because it took some effort. He damn near used both his arms, but he pushed Godzilla right off the ship. And nothing was wrong with Godzilla at that point. He was full powered and everything. So
50%.
That feat.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, like I was saying, I feel like that feat would be a little bit more impressive than Mecha ragdolling, because the director did come out and say if Godzilla was at 100%, Mecha wouldn't have done none of that. The director, and you agree with me on that. And I'm telling you, in the first fight, when Kong fought Godzilla, what percentage would you say Godzilla was at?
When Kong fought Godzilla?
Yeah, on the first fight when they were in the water.
I would be willing to say that Godzilla was at 100%.
Okay, he was at 100%. Now, what capacity would you say Kong was at during that first fight?
100.
We actually established this in the podcast last week. The effects of sedation were little to none on Kong at that time. If he was sedated, he wouldn't have been able to perform at the functionality that he was.
Especially for something so big.
I beg to differ, because it's this one thing, and it can overpower sedation. It starts with an A. Can you guess what it is? It's called
ambition.
You're pulling adrenaline.
Adrenaline. There you go.
I said ambition.
Godzilla's swimming toward Kong, and excuse us, Tekkadan, for getting off, record for a second. But if Godzilla's swimming toward Kong, it's go time. I'm not just gonna sit here and let him come, because God, I'm not gonna say he was coming to kill Kong, but he was definitely coming to show that he's the quote unquote king of the monsters. So therefore, it's making it go time. And like I said, and you guys even mentioned this in the podcast last week. We can only imagine what type of sedation medicine they had to give Kong and how high the dosage would have to be to even get him to fall asleep.
I believe it was a blood deoxidizer.
Do you agree with me?
If I remember correctly, the novelization said it was a blood deoxifier or something like that.
Okay,
so
I would
recommend
finish up a few more points, then start wrapping things up for time's sake. That's what I would say. All right, you're good then.
For time's sake, I'll go ahead and wrap it up with this. First, it is never confirmed what what type of sedation is used on Kong.
I believe it was a blood deoxidizer.
Nor to what level it was affecting him when he fought Godzilla in that first fight. What I will establish once again is that, or what I will establish is that a 50% Godzilla and a 100% Godzilla is going to weigh the exact same.
No matter
99,000 tons is still 99,000 tons.
No matter how you put it.
Will weigh the same. Will be able to lift and throw it with just as much effectiveness, whether Godzilla is awake or asleep.
Yeah, correct.
Translate that over to Kong.
Funny.
If Kong is at 100 or 50%, he's still going to weigh the same, and we'll throw him like a volleyball.
Agreed, but but the difference is the effort is going to be different. If 100% Godzilla is not going to let you, you can't touch him, whereas the 50% Mecha could touch him. So, that's why I say there is he does weigh the same no matter what percentage he's at, but the effort he's putting in on his behalf to defend himself is going to be different. And I feel like what Kong, the first fight, shows that perfectly. Excuse me. I feel like the first fight shows that perfectly, where Kong pushed a 100, he was at 100%, Godzilla off the ship, where, Mecha did ragdoll him, but he ragdolled a 50% Godzilla.
That doesn't matter. It's still the same weight.
A Godzilla
it's still the same weight.
Putting in less effort simply because he's at less power. Where Kong,
power doesn't,
threw a punch
power
that
does
affected,
not correlate with weight. It's still the same.
He threw a punch that affected at 100% Godzilla, where Mecha threw a punch that affected a 50% Godzilla.
It's like
and Mecha, like we agreed, unlimited power. Well, not unlimited power. He doesn't get exhausted. Kong threw that punch and pushed Mecha into the water while recovering from sedation.
Yeah.
So Kong wasn't at 100% when he threw that punch. Kong wasn't at 100% when he pushed Godzilla.
Forgot we were talking about Mecha for a second.
Godzilla was.
Low-key kind
of Godzilla wasn't at 100% when he fought Mecha. Godzilla wasn't at 100% when he took that punch.
Bowie won.
He wasn't at 100% when he shot when they had the beam battle, when they shot their breath at each other. So that feat is more toward Kong, in my opinion, of course.
You even said, though, that once Kong was, brought back, fully, charged, he was back, right? 100? Back to 100%? Am I remembering that correctly?
No, I did not say that, because it's just plain and simple. When you revive somebody, they're not right back at 100%. They need time. Kong wasn't at 100% when he, and I said this to start it off. Kong wasn't at 100% when he went into that fight with Mecha. He was literally just dying 5 minutes ago. Do you agree with me, Spinach?
I understand that. I was trying to confirm whether or not you had said that. Let me see. And I will agree with you that the fight will be longer. Fighting
y'all like Lego Ninjago?
A Kong at 100% versus a 50% Kong. However, given the fact that Mechagodzilla does not exhaust, his stamina is infinite. That won't matter to him.
You're absolutely correct. And given the intelligence and the precision that Kong has, he will figure that out, which means Kong is going to go for the killing blow, and he's going to go for it quickly.
That's assuming that Mechagodzilla doesn't kill him first.
Well,
which I've established he is more than capable of doing so very, very quickly.
Why? Because you've seen what he does to a Godzilla at 50%?
It's still the same way.
Godzilla, like I've already established, that Godzilla at 50% was able to beat Kong.
Yeah, and Kong was able to, it's one big circle, but I'm sorry, Tekkadan, I'm going to say it again. And Kong was able to handle Godzilla at 100% while he himself was not at full capacity.
Okay, let's do one more point, and then we should probably end it, so then Grinley can get his debate in. Because already, it looks like we're going to be having to split this into 2 parts, it's looking like. So
yeah, I totally agree. It's fun. I like doing it.
Grinley's will be Greenland will be the end of part 1, as much as I would have loved to debate today. Then part 2 will be you 3 again, and then my debate. That's, I think, how this is going to go.
Okay.
From what I'm looking at.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it.
Finish up this debate in a relatively timely manner.
All right, well,
So
Spinach, do you have anything else to bring up?
I was actually going to extend the invitation to you to bring up any point if you would like to.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, one thing I would like for you to make clear is what did you mean? Because, like I said, that's where I was understanding you, but then your argument kind of, it contradicted itself when you said, "Oh, it's not Kevin controlling Mecha." Then you came back and said it's Ghidorah's consciousness controlling Mecha, and I'm like, wait, hold up. You know what I mean? So can you make that clear for me, please?
As an entirety, correct? So
yes,
Ghidorah, referring to any and all of him, took control of.
What am I debating?
Very soon, of my Mechagodzilla.
Guys. Very soon.
Now, what I was saying was, if it is specifically Kevin, 100% Kevin, who is in control of Mechagodzilla, there is no evidence to support whether or not Kevin, his intelligence, his base intelligence alone, not Ghidorah as an entirety, not the other two heads, Kevin alone has a detrimental effect on the functionality of Mechagodzilla. What I'm saying is there's no evidence to say that if Ichi or Ni individually was in charge of Mechagodzilla, the fight would have gone any differently.
Oh, okay. Oh, and, oh my God! Why didn't I think of this early in the conversation? Kong can beat Mechagodzilla with one weakness that we've seen him have, and that is liquids. Because even though Kong can't breathe, or can't breathe underwater like Godzilla can, Kong, and we've seen in the first fight, Kong can kind of swim. So Kong getting Mecha in some water, and the fight is pretty much over with.
I would have to stop that argument right there. Let's not do that, because that is just no. Just let's not do that one.
This is a neutral state. Neutral.
That should not have bearing on the fight, bro. I'm sorry, Killian. That's just no. I'm gonna stop that one right
there. Wow, I mean, it really is a fair point. Is it not taken down? I mean, because if you see, I mean, we've seen what.
It's really like let's drop that one, please, for the love of God.
Let's drop that one.
And continue the rest.
Oh yeah, okay, well, yeah. I'm sorry, but yeah, that was I was thinking about that the whole time. I just never brought it up. But yeah, as far as intelligence and battlefield wise, I give this fight to Kong. But I did say Mecha has the more impressive arsenal. But
where my mods? Where
like
my
I said,
mods?
Fighting smarter, but not,
where are my
harder
mods?
is the key to winning fights.
Where are my mods?
So I guess we can send the scores to Tekkadan and see who we got taking this debate right here.
Is that so? If that's your concluding statement, do you mind if I offer mine?
Yes, please.
Okay, my conclusion is that Mechagodzilla's durability, agility, wider arsenal, and higher power output outclasses Kong and ultimately kills him.
All right. Well,
yes.
The debate had a lot of ups and downs throughout it. There were multiple points where I thought that Killian was winning. It was doing a very good job. But then there were others that Spinach was addressing and did essentially the same thing. But I do think overall Spinach actually did it to a better extent and did a better job arguing the points within this debate. I would also like to add that in terms of rhetoric, which I did not see very much rhetoric in the last debate. In this debate, Spinach was actually rhetorically superior to Killian throughout the entirety of it. Rhetoric being the way you talk, the way you argue your points, all of that good stuff. I found him to be rhetorically dominant. Thus, for those reasons, I do believe that Spinach won this debate.
Good job, Spinach. Good job, man. Got some work to do.
Wait, what about
Killian?
Is
well
it
done.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Oh no.
Okay. Would you say like the difficulty in terms of because with Bowie you said it was a difficult, like high difficulty?
This is once again, this is still a high diff. It's not as high of a diff as Bowie's, but it's still a high def.
Okay.
It's a def. So good job to you guys. That one was once again a very entertaining debate. And
Very good job, everybody. You did amazing.
Spinach, props to you on that.
I still exist.
Oh, hey,
Wow, he's back.
All right.
What's up, boy?
The land of the living is here.
Our final. All right,
He cut out. Okay.
Wow!
All right.
Once
Okay.
again, before I turn the time over to Grant, well done, Killian. That was enjoyable.
Very, very good, Killian. Very, very good.
Likewise, guys. Likewise, Spinach, man. Appreciate you.
Okay, buckaroos, it's my turn.
Uh-oh.
Oh no! Kevin's here! Everyone watch out! Ah! Okay, alright. Tekka. You started off. You started off, my guy. Let's go. Let's do this!
Okay.
Sorry.
So, let's get this out of the way. Who would like to scale first?
Oh, I've got a lot to talk about. Killian, I don't know if you want me to go first, man, I'm okay with that. But I've got a lot to talk. And I mean, like, a lot. Like, this is gonna take maybe 10 minutes, although maybe less. I don't know. I'm very bad when it comes to timing stuff, as you can tell by the stream.
Okay, by all means, you go first.
Okay, we will do this. All right.
Hey, premise, not full arguments, just your premise.
All right, I'll do it. Okay. Where do I start? Let's start with the okay, and Tekka, this is leading up to the Godzilla versus Kong fight. Okay, so I guess I could be introducing what Godzilla fight in order to lead up to this, because it helps with my arguments later on, if that's okay.
Remember, you're literally just saying, well, I believe Godzilla wins via XYZ.
Oh, I'm supposed to start with that? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a premise. So that's your premise, then Killian will state his.
Okay,
all right,
so
good.
I believe, or wait, no, it's I believe, right? I'm sorry, I haven't done this before, so I apologize.
Yeah,
Hey,
pretty much.
Grant.
Yeah.
I have a good idea.
Okay.
How about we do this?
Okay.
Let's make it a fist fight only. No axe, no atomic beam.
That's not what we agreed on.
It's not?
No, I thought this was. This is everything.
Yeah, we can stick to script. Yeah, we can definitely stick to the script. I was just trying to spice it up, but yeah,
okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's fine. I was just unprepared for it because it's like, that's not what we agreed on. I was gonna get sad because it's like I've got so much and that just takes it away.
Yeah, by all means, continue.
Okay.
Continue, brother.
Okay. So, as we all know, Godzilla and the MonsterVerse itself has fought many different monsters. For one, being Shinomura. The Shinomura being the a monster. Actually, hold on, let me look it up. I should have been prepared. I had like how many hours? So I had Shinomura is a he's a composite structure. He's a conglomerate of millions of smaller creatures merged together, one single entity, much like Destroya. So very difficult to kill. Also, Godzilla also fought Muto Prime. Muto Prime being the final evolutionary stage of the Mutos. Not the Mutos that they fought, or he fought in 2014. This happened afterwards, and I believe Godzilla Aftershock. Tekka, let me know if that's true. Hello?
Yep.
Okay, I was about to say, okay. So he fought him in Aftershock, being one of probably his most formidable opponents next to Ghidorah. And I'll get into that spiel later on that. He also fought the Mutos, both of them, at a weakened state with the EMP blast made to... Because if you remember correctly, the Mutos were made to rival Godzilla, so to speak. Muto Prime being, like I said, the top dog of the Mutos. And with the EMP blast, as we saw in 2014, was able to nerf his atomic breath. In King of the Monsters, Godzilla was able to keep his own, or stand his ground against Ghidorah in 3 different fights with with Ghidorah. And we could get into the whole nuke and whatnot. But that does also play another part in the whole Godzilla versus Kong fight as well. And, you know, with the Godzilla versus Kong, Godzilla, after fighting all these monsters, is able to constantly evolve adapt and just get stronger as the years go on. Hence what Sarazawa's saying, he is the key to what's it called? Tekka, what was the word?
Greenlee, remember, premise, buddy, premise. You're right on going into your full argumentation.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry. Okay, so my premise, I'm sorry, Killian, I'm so sorry. I'm just getting into it. I'm getting hyped.
Say, make it something like simple. Like, I believe Godzilla wins via like experience and he's stronger, some shit like that. Just go with that. Okay. Because I'm like this man's like going in like, I'm just gonna list all everything.
I'm so sorry. I'm just getting hype about this. All right, so Godzilla would win based off of attack potency, durability, and I guess you could say either evolution or smarts. That's what I'm gonna go with. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with.
All right, Killian, state your premise.
Okay, I'm going to say, of course, that Kong wins. Better fighter, on the grounds that he is a much better fighter. Kong is way more intelligent. Like, Godzilla's not even in the same playing field when it comes to intelligence with Kong. And on the ground, that with Kong having the axe, there's nothing that Godzilla can really do.
Okay, all right, that's cool. All right, so to go off your point of what you said in the... What was your second point? I forgot. I can't remember.
Oh, was it the much better fighter?
Yeah, that was it. So I actually have this video from Gojipedia, and it says in terms of battle mallet... Actually, you know what? Just hear it. I can't explain it. I'm not good at explaining things.
In the battlefield, Godzilla has an advantage over Kong in combat tactics. Therefore, in this category, both Godzilla and Kong come equal in battlefield critical thinking and intelligence.
So, with that being said, Godzilla isn't incompetent when it comes to fights. I think you can agree with that. He's not, because if he was incompetent, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Mutos, Muto Prime, Shinomura, and, Ghidorah and whatnot. So, in terms of...
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, so I will give it to Kong. That in terms of just, survival instincts, right? Kong probably has that, but when it comes to battle tactics, Godzilla has that over him. Mainly because if he didn't, how would he survive all those years facing all these monsters? And don't even get me started with Godzilla Dominion, having to fight Scylla, Tiamat, who is better than he was in the water, managing to get Tiamat up onto land and curb-stomping the crap out of her head, as well as Amuluk, beating up on Behemoth, who literally broke his tusk. That tusk being very, very durable. And Godzilla just swinging him like it was nothing.
Well, you kind of just really answered your own... Well, you didn't really ask a question, but you kind of just, answered yourself. The only up when it comes to combat, and this is the only thing, and we probably gonna agree, or probably have to agree to disagree. The only thing that Godzilla has an up on Kong in combat is the fact that he has been around longer.
Well, yeah, but that's also the reason he's been around so long is because he's been able to adapt and fight these monsters that threaten the natural order.
No. The reason he's been around so long is because, as I said, is that when I stitched one of your... Wait, was it one of your videos I stitched? Oh, wait, no. It was a video I made on my own. Telling people why I like Kong. The reason Godzilla's been around long is because, unlike Kong, he has a power, he has abilities he can fall back on.
That wasn't... No, that's not true. Because if you remember in the, the adaptation, or the, the novelization, that wasn't the reason he survived. They just happened to eat the star. That was something that was mentioned in the novelization. They still survived for millions upon millions of years. Remember, Kong species and Godzilla species are different. Kong species probably survive around 1,000 years. Godzilla species are something different. Very different. Remember the Permian extinction. They survived right around there. They were alive even before they ever had the atomic breath. They just happened to get it, making the Kongs scared, because they didn't... It's like, hey, you've got power, so how are we supposed to cope? It's just... Well, we're afraid, because you could use that against us.
And what happened to the Godzillas?
They were killed by the Mutos, and I believe the Godzillas pushed the Kongs... Actually, yeah, the Godzillas pushed the Kongs back to Skull Island.
Are you sure about that claim?
I think so. I saw a Dangerville video explaining that.
In Godzilla versus Kong, when they walked into the throne room, that throne was Kong. That was his throne. Was it Eric Skarsgård. Oh, my bad. Is it Bill Skarsgård or Eric Skarsgård? I don't know.
It's Eric. I believe it's Eric Skarsgård. I believe.
Yeah, Eric Skarsgård even said so. Like, oh, it looks like the king has found his throne. You know, and whereas, and you know, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you're gonna bring this up, but a lot of Godzilla fans like to bring it up. Kong whole race was beaten by Skullcrawlers, and that is one of the biggest lies. Not his whole race, just his parents. His parents were beaten, and they were only beaten because they were older and much weaker. His mom was literally fighting Skullcrawlers. Was it during or right after giving birth to?
I believe Kong? It was okay. So I'm going off your point here. So I think it was the Godzillas and Kongs, right? They coexisted, or at least tried to, so to speak. And since the Godzillas, I guess, according to the Iwi people, the Godzillas, they have a weird name. I can't really think of it. They ate a star, hensing the atomic breath. And Godzilla was the only one, if I remember correctly, the only one who's able to shoot the atomic breath out of his mouth. Now, with that being said, the Kongs got scared because they thought, well, now all these Godzillas have all the power. Like, what are we supposed to do? How do we do it? And they said something along the lines of the Kong species got so desperate to the point where they killed one of the, I believe, the Alpha's son of the Godzilla clan. And that's when things started turning. They're just like, okay, why would you do that? We didn't do anything to you. And then that's when Kong's parents were like, you know what? We don't want to be a part of this. We want to separate ourselves from this debacle between the two. Hence, going to Skull Island and the Skullcrawlers following. If that holds true, that is what happened.
Yes, I can see that happening 100% because and I don't know if it's. I'm assuming all the Kongs they don't like to really be told what to do.
Yeah, no, they were ones that just didn't want to back down. It's the same thing with. Have you read Godzilla Dominion?
In increments. I haven't read the whole thing.
So there's one part where Godzilla goes into this cavern deep in Hollow Earth, and he sees a skull. And at Hollow Earth, he sees the skull of a Kong. Now that Kong, I believe, put Godzilla into submission back in the day, or beat him, some along those lines. And that's what I believe Godzilla radiates. He's like, that's why I hate them so much, because I couldn't beat him back in the day. So that's why he got stronger in order to beat, I guess, a future Kong and the future, so to speak. Now, this is all speculation. Okay. Oh, my God, you go. My bad. You keep going.
Okay, so wait. Okay, so you just said that's what Godzilla remembered. That's why he doesn't like them.
I believe so, yes, but not at first.
Okay, so if your point holds, then is it fair to say that, okay, just like with the war bet, the reason Godzilla knew how to beat this Kong is because he has fought in one already?
Yes, but okay, so it's like this. I don't know if this holds true with humans or whatnot. Say you did something when you were 3, right? You don't remember very much of it nowadays, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so with Godzilla, it's kind of like that. It's like some fuzzy spots in his head. Now, again, this is just speculation. Tekka, you can say no if you want to. But there was something that I made a video on. I don't think I've posted it yet. Where whenever the fight happened, the third fight, or was it the second one? I don't remember. When Kong has the axe and the energy explodes on both of them. Now, whenever that happens, I think it's Godzilla remembers back to the time when he fought that Kong, and he's like, okay, now I know why I hate you guys. Because during that time, in my eyes, I think it was so many things were going on in his mind during the beginning of that movie, Apex, Mechagodzilla, trying to find it, And then once he makes it to Hong Kong, he's on the cusp of beating or finding Mechagodzilla, and then Kong shows up and he's like, man, now I gotta deal with this. And after the axe explodes, that's when he starts realizing, I gotta take this fight seriously. I know why I hate the Kongs now. And that's why he did the whole crocodile mode, getting insanely freaked out or whatever.
Yeah. Well, okay. If that point stands, let's say this. When Godzilla drilled that hole to Hollow Earth, it was for Kong, right?
I don't believe it was for Kong. Now, this is what I took from the movie. Remember whenever Kong had the axe, right? As he walks into the throne room, he just looks around, he's like, what is this? And then he goes, gets the axe, he sees the place that it can be put down, he's like, all right, cool, I'll put it down. And it started glowing, right? The Godzilla symbol showed up, correct?
Yes.
And we see Godzilla, his spines are reacting to it. He's like, what the hell is this? What? Hold on. And then he realizes, because it's a part of his ancestors, right? The spines. And so that's when he realizes it's right below him, and he blows a hole to it. He's trying to find where that source of, I don't want to say energy, but if you know what I'm talking about. He wants to find where that source is coming from. So he blows a hole through it to try to stop it.
Okay, so is it safe to say he felt threatened as soon as Kong got a taste of his power or something that can, I guess, help Kong fight him better? Is it safe to say that Godzilla felt threatened by that?
I don't believe so. Only because, and like I said with the 3-year-old kind of thing, right? So maybe back in time, he only ever felt that power once. And once it showed up again, millions upon millions of years later, he's like, what is this? I don't remember this. And he just goes and decides to blow a hole into Middle Earth, or Hollow Earth. I wouldn't say he felt threatened. He's just never felt something like that. He's only ever felt it once before. So I feel like he was kind of just like, what is this? You know? So.
Well, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. But as far as the fight itself, and take it down, sorry, because we're talking about the movie. We're getting completely, like, I guess, sidetracked, you can say. But in terms of fighting with the axe, I can see Kong beating Godzilla.
Well, as we see, Kong during that fight doesn't really have the axe most of the time. And I think you can agree that Godzilla's got the height and weight over Kong.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that being said, and I know you said in one of the first debates that Kong can lift, 25 times his weight? 20
times his body weight.
20 times? But we didn't see that, because I don't think Kong could have done it. I mean, it was 55,000 pounds, or 55,000 tons against 99,000 tons? But yet Godzilla was able to ragdoll him across the city with just his teeth alone.
Well, yeah, that is obviously a fair point. But I feel like, and I mean, you have had, deep argument. Well, not arguments, but deep debates behind this. I feel like the reason he was able to do that is because Kong was too worried about the atomic beam. As I said, if you're fighting somebody, and let's say I have a machine, me and you fighting, but I have a machine gun, are you going to be more worried about my punches, kicks, and, knees, or are you going to be more worried about that machine gun? And I feel like Kong is, okay, don't get me wrong, Godzilla's biting him. He hit him with the tail. He's throwing him. But Kong is too worried about the breath. That's what Kong's main focus was.
I guess that could be true. But also, it like I said, and I don't know if you're going to bring this up, but in a fight like this, there's nothing fair about it. Like, you use what you got. It's an animalistic kind of fight. And you do you do it with what you have. And
well, yeah, absolutely. I agree with Bowie when we had our first debate. That because Kong fights dirty. If you want to be honest, he fights dirty. But I'm just saying that is the reason. I'm not excusing Godzilla for using that. I'm not saying, oh well, that's down bad because you used your power. But yeah, you use it. But I'm letting you know that's why. It's because Kong is too worried about the beam. That's like I said, and hope I'm not getting off the topic. Tekkadan, I'm sorry. If this was a fist fight where Kong didn't have to worry about his opponent shooting an atomic beam, I believe Tekkadan said at Mach 8? What was it?
Mach 89.
Mach 89? If Kong didn't have to worry about his opponent shooting a beam that can do that, if it was just a strict fist fight, and I'll even take away Kong's axe, Kong would beat Godzilla because Kong is the better hand-to-hand fighter, and unlike Godzilla, Kong can also learn as he fights. Bowie said, Bowie didn't say exactly this, but this is what I took from it. Instinct plays a big role. Kong's natural instinct to survive is higher than that of Godzilla's because Kong has been literally came out the womb, like from day one, fighting. The will to survive. Parents dead. Skull crawlers killed them. Infant fighting not fighting grown skull crawlers, but fighting skull crawlers. His instinct, and we see that in Godzilla versus Kong, when the first fight, when he pushed Godzilla off the ship and he looked down in the water, Godzilla's glowing up. Kong doesn't know what this attack is, but he knows it's something he probably don't want to be in the way of. So he jumps. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Right. But to go off your point, survival instinct could be the same thing about Godzilla. Hence, having to fight different, stronger monsters than him. That also plays a part. With Godzilla, and it's even proven, he does, like I've said, adapt, evolve, get stronger. If he didn't, he wouldn't have been able to protect the world. Hence, being Earth's protector. So instinct also plays a part in Godzilla existing. Because if he didn't have it, he wouldn't stand a chance against anybody. And
I totally agree. Godzilla does have instinct. I'm just saying Kong's is a little bit better because even though Godzilla does fight, he does come around to fight stronger opponents. I mean, let's be honest. How often does it happen? This happens every so often, while Kong's was literally happening every single day of his life from birth.
Yeah, but I wouldn't go as far as that. Mainly, most of the time, if we're going off that, he probably hid from them for most of his life until he got big enough. But that's besides the point. So, and going off of you saying Kong was afraid of it, if that were the case, how was he able to, approach it? Because there's one part where he takes the axe, right? Or let's go farther back. He takes the part off of the building, right? He's running towards the beam. He's not afraid of it. And after he does that, he does a whole, behind the back, block it, and then he takes the axe and jumps up. That doesn't show fear in my eyes. Like, if he was afraid of it, he would have kept running.
Well, as I said earlier, I feel like Godzilla knew that. That's why I was asking you, was it safe to say that he felt threatened when he shot that hole? When Kong got his hands on a weapon that, of course, can't match his power, but can help Kong fight him. You know what I'm saying? That's what I took out of it. When he shot the hole, he felt threatened. But
like I said, I don't think he was threatened over it. Because, like I said, the 3-year-old philosophy or the theory, if you remember something from all the way back, it's going to be very splotchy. Now, it was the energy output. That was it. It wasn't Kong, getting power like a Saiyan or whatever. It was nothing like that. It's just a thing that he has not felt before, and God knows how long. And that goes off the lore of, Godzilla versus Kong all the way back in the day that we don't really know very much about. So I don't think he was threatened, because if he was threatened, he wouldn't have blown a hole down there and just been and roared at him, saying get your ass up here or something like that. I don't think that would have been the case.
Kong, I'm not going to say was scared, but Kong just knew better to, he knew better. He knew to try to avoid this beam at all costs up until he got the axe. Now he has something that says, okay, well, now I can battle this guy a little bit better. And that's why the fight was different. When you seen Kong without the axe, how did he fight Godzilla? He fought Godzilla more on a avoiding type basis. Let me move around. Let me maneuver. Let me try to
without the axe. You said?
Yes. That was his fighting style.
No, he went in. He went in. He started throwing punches even without the axe. He was going in, throwing punches, doing the whole. Not granted, they didn't do anything because Godzilla's durability is insane. But he was going in, throwing haymakers, getting the whole body in there with his feet and everything.
Oh yeah, drop kick was nice. That was nice. But yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Instinct. Kong is learning as he fights. If Kong moves too far away from Godzilla, what happens? Godzilla shoots his breath. But if Kong stays a little bit closer, keep it hand to hand, then he knows that he has a chance. But Godzilla is smart. Like I said against Spinach and Bowie, Godzilla is aware as well. Godzilla knows. Okay, you're trying to stay close to me, so I won't use the power I have over you. In which, once Godzilla got distance, he shot his breath, and that's when Kong. Okay, I got to maneuver. I'm not close to him. I got to keep a distance. Oh, I got the axe now. Okay, now I can go back in. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But even so, even with the axe, we saw what it did to Godzilla, and it didn't do very much of anything. He stabbed his leg, but Godzilla did not flinch from that. He just kept pushing Kong around. Even just by running at Kong, he was able to push him back. And let's talk about the atomic breath hitting the axe, right? Kong putting the axe up, and like what you said with kaiju inches and whatnot, that beam alone pushed Kong back. I don't know how many feet, and he was struggling. He was struggling to keep upright, and as soon as it went off, he fell forwards. And you could see him look at the axe, and he's like, "What was that?" And then he took his eye off of Godzilla, and he knocked Kong out into the bay.
Okay, so when you say, because, and not just you, Godzilla fans tend to say this, Kong didn't phase Godzilla. Okay,
he did. Okay.
I take that extreme. It's kind of disrespectful, because if you watch the movie, when Kong jumped off the building and he blocked Godzilla's atomic breath with the axe and then hit him with it, Godzilla went through a building. He was down. He wasn't of course he wasn't, almost dead or anything, but Godzilla was shooken up, which is why I feel like Godzilla got back up and said, okay, now I have to fight this guy for real. I can't just say, you know what I'm saying? And even Scars, I don't know his first name, even Skarsgård character was like, oh, looks like round 2 goes to Kong, because he did knock Godzilla down.
Well, we don't. Oh, yeah, I'm not saying he didn't knock him down. I'm not saying he didn't knock him down, but do we really know that he was actually knocked out? Because we don't know the time frame between when the second and the third fight started. It could have been immediately afterwards.
I mean, well, even whether it's for whether it's for a minute or an hour, knocking Godzilla out is an impressive feat.
But we don't know if he was knocked out.
Well, there was a whole shot afterwards that happened where
he didn't show that he was down. It didn't show that he was down, like out or whatever.
Well, I mean, Scar's got characters summed it up well. Looks like round 2 goes to Kong. And if we bring this back into human knowledge, the only way a fight can really for sure goes to you is if you knock somebody out. This isn't like a technical decision fight. Well, there are TKOs, but that's not going to go with Kong and Godzilla. It's either you're going to knock me down or knock me out or submit me or one or the other. There's no technical knockout.
But we still don't know. Whatever. Anyways,
well, I mean, it's safe to we can. I mean, let's say like 90% assumption, of course. So this is not official, of course. We can assume that Godzilla was knocked out.
Okay,
we can assume that because by alpha, like in alpha terms, like I said, this isn't a boxing match. There's no technical knockout. Either you know what I'm saying. Either you're finna actually finish me, or I'm actually finna finish you. In alpha kaiju senses,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So yeah, I think it's safe to say that Godzilla was knocked out.
I mean, even though we don't have confirmation on that, I'd still say that's a bit speculation-wise. But whatever. Yeah. But whatever. We'll still go with that. Yeah. And I would say, and I don't know if you agree with me, the reason Kong didn't walk right up to Godzilla is because even he didn't know. He didn't know. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he noticed that it didn't connect. The axe and his face, Godzilla's face, mind you, did not connect. So he did not know if that actually knocked him out or anything. So him retreating backwards was probably his best idea because he didn't know if he was knocked out. And if he would have gotten closer, Godzilla could have surprise attacked him or something.
Well, yeah, and I'm glad you said it because I was just finna elaborate on that part. It's not so much of he don't know that the axe, because the axe, let's get that clear. The axe did hit Godzilla. It did hit him, or else Godzilla wouldn't have fell back into a bit.
It didn't. Excuse me. It didn't. It was the energy explosion. You can actually see in the movie. It never hit. The energy explosion off of the two is what caused them both to go back. Because if you think about it, if Kong actually hit him, right, Kong would not go flying backwards. The energy explosion from the atomic breath and the axe caused Kong to fly backwards. If he hit him, that would not have happened.
Okay, well, like I said, that one right there specifically, that's gonna have to be saved for a debate for another time because I believe that it did. Well, and as far as why Kong didn't walk up on him is because, I mean, are you really gonna chance? Would you walk up on a monster who can shoot an atomic beam?
No, that's why he backed up because he doesn't want to die. Because even so, I actually have calculations to prove this. If Kong were to be hit full on by that beam, let me see, where's it at? Where is it? His atomic breath is 4,185.8 times stronger than the largest nuke ever detonated. If Kong was hit by that, he would have died. It would have blown a hole through him. And to prove my point even further, here is a video explaining how monkeys, or a gorilla and a grizzly bear would fight. You know, Kong being closely related to a gorilla. Hold on, let me show you. Play, damn it! Come on! Hold on.
Different is the arsenal and the skill. Gorillas are anthropoids and herbivores. They are not designed the same way a carnivore is. Anthropoids lack a subcutaneous muscle called the panniculus carnosus, which is a sheet of muscle that attaches to skin and makes it loose and maneuverable. Animals like anthropoids, who lack this feature, have very tight-fitting skin that offers little resistance to the traction applied by clawing and therefore easily cuts open. So basically, when someone like you, me, or a gorilla gets clawed, it tears through the skin. The skin doesn't just shift around or take it as well. This is why when you watch cats or bears play fight each other, they don't just tear each other to death and can bite each other and claw each other with things that would cause us to bleed or be seriously injured by while having a smile on their face.
So that being said, as we saw in the third fight, when Godzilla was scratching at Kong, the skin broke fairly easily. And you know, Kong being a part of the anthropoid or whatever that thing is. I don't know scientific names. Being a part of the species of gorilla and monkey. If he were to be hit by that, he would have died. Especially since the heat and the power, as you saw, as I said, with the axe, how he got hit whenever the atomic breath hit the axe. He was literally fighting for his life to keep up. If that were to hit him, he would have died.
Oh yeah, I admitted that. I believe against Spinach that Kong's durability. Like when Godzilla had his foot on Kong's chest, if he was to hit him with the atomic beam, just like how he did to drill the hole to Hollow Earth, Kong would by far be dead.
Mm-hmm.
So I admitted that his and you said this in the last podcast. Kong's durability is more closely toward ours.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, and so I will definitely agree with you 100% on that. Yeah, if Kong was hit with that atomic beam, especially before Godzilla shot it down, will use like half of his power to get to Hollow Earth. Bad news bears for Kong.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. As far as Kong's fighting, because Kong is more closer to gorillas and apes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As far as now, this is just me personally. I don't know how you would take it. I would rather fight a bear over a gorilla any day of the week.
I would much rather fight a gorilla, because there was the video in there saying bears, and it's even stated by like, you know, old Western things or people, so to speak. A bear, like a fully grown bear, can kill groups of people. They have the capacity of doing that. You see, apes are more of those like small scuffles. They'll throw a few punches and then run. That's basically how it goes.
I mean, but at the same time, I will. Well, this is going to go for depending on which bear you're talking about. If you're talking about a grizzly or a black bear, they lose interest quickly. Once the bear, once he charges you down and scratches you a few times, if you play dead correctly, he's going to say, okay, well, that's that. And he's going to keep going. No, with this gorilla, he's going to keep bashing his fist on your head until you are no more.
Well, the same thing could be said about the grizzly bear. Because I am almost 100% sure a grizzly bear would destroy a gorilla in a fight. The size difference and everything is just insane.
All right, so what animal would Godzilla closely be to? An alligator, crocodile?
Well, since he's a well, if we're thinking about things logically, he's more of a, I don't know what he would be. I mean, he was
a Komodo dragon.
I guess, I don't know. You could call him whatever he is. Anything that has scales.
Okay, well, I don't want to. Yeah, because gorilla could beat a Komodo dragon. I want to give something that can give it a fight back. To be fair. Wait. First, before we even continue this, where are they fighting? Where's the battlefield? I need to know that.
Oh yeah, we never figured that out. Tekka, where are we fighting? Is it the neutral? Is it the neutral area?
Always neutral. Always a neutral area.
Okay, always neutral. So if that's the case, that makes things a lot easier for Godzilla, because Kong doesn't have buildings to go past to like have the beam. What's it called? The beam hit the building. What is that sound?
Give me a second.
Okay. Are we good or no?
One second. All right, hello.
Okay, are you there? You can hear?
Yeah. Oh, can you guys repeat that? My microstrip. I had to put my headphones back in.
Okay, so since it's a neutral area, Kong does not have buildings to hide behind or jump from. So that makes it either close combat or... Actually, no, it is just close combat, so never mind. And if it is close combat, you have to remember. Let's see if I can... I'm going to read over what I had.
Well, first, let me just say this. I like how you guys knew to choose a battlefield where Kong couldn't climb. That's number one. That's impressive because the fight would be, But okay, let's just look at it in this sense. Even in close combat, I'm still seeing Kong because Kong is going to give it everything he has because he can't let Godzilla shoot that beam off.
He doesn't just need the beam. You have to remember he's also got a tail, and as we saw in the movie, just a small little tail swipe was able to knock Kong off his feet. And, if you remember, in 2014, he killed the Muto with a full swing. And that tail swing is able to break the sound barrier.
It is, but you don't see Kong dodging that?
No, he couldn't. There's no way he could. Do you know how fast he turns? Do you know how... You can dodge the beam, but you can't dodge that. Especially if it's close range. How do you expect to do that? If you've got nothing to hold on to.
So you're telling me that... I mean, okay, so wait. Tekkadan, how fast does... wait, I remember. Mach 89. That's the beam. I'm assuming the tail is nowhere near that. And Kong was dodging that beam with minimal effort.
Minimal effort? He was running through the streets. He was panicking.
Well, okay, I take minimal effort back, but he did dodge. I can see him dodging the tail. It's not too far-fetched to say he can dodge the tail.
No, that tail is able to knock Ghidorah off his feet. I mean, so if he gets hit by that full force, that's breaking some ribs and rupturing some internal organs.
Yeah, but key word when what you just said, if the chances of him hitting Kong with that, he'll have to do it in a combination. He'll have to throw his hands.
I don't think so. I really don't, because if it's close quarters, right? Godzilla could just turn around. He can spin fast. He can. For his size, he can spin fast. Remember, whenever he was in the third fight, right? And he hit the building with his face. Immediately afterwards, he swung that tail, and Kong got hit by that with little to no time. It just happened.
Killian, good?
Killian! Is he here? Did he leave? What happened? Hello? Is he here? What happened? I'm confused.
I don't know.
Did his power go out again?
It is a distinct possibility.
Dang, that sucks. I was also going to mention, durability alone literally saves Kong. I mean, not Kong, Godzilla. You think Kong wins when they stand to... No. Absolutely not. You saw the movie. Even Godzilla at 50% still won. Hello? Anybody here? So, he just... Okay, well, he's gone. Alright, he's back. Hey, you still here? Hello? What?
Am I back in?
Yeah, you're back in. You got it.
Man, first let me just apologize for that. I don't know what's going on with my internet.
Twice in a row.
Twice in a row, yeah. Oh my god, where did we leave off?
I don't even remember.
Oh yeah, Godzilla trying to connect his tail.
Yeah, it's said that his tail is actually used as a long-range weapon. If you know, Godzilla with the tail, like from top of the head to the tail is like 500 some odd feet. Okay, so that tail is fairly long. So he could use it at mid to long distance, as we saw in Godzilla vs. Kong. And with such a small flick, he's able to knock Kong off his feet.
Well, yeah, I agree. But in this fight, I don't think he'll be able to hit, not solely. Like I said before I disconnected. Obviously, I feel like he'll have to throw in a range of attacks before he could throw that in there like a combo. Basically, he have to swing his arms, shoot his breath, and then maybe he can catch Kong with the tail by surprise. But if he's finna sit here and swing that tail, and Kong is fully aware, it's not going to connect because Kong did dodge his beam.
I mean, the absolute length of the tail, if it were to hit full throttle, that takes up a lot of space, especially if Kong is close quarters, unless he can jump really high. And even so, it would probably still hit him. It probably, if anything, let me say this. If anything, it might graze his foot and maybe knock him off just a little bit. But even so, that gives Godzilla a chance to go back in once more with the tail and hit him.
Well, yeah, and we see from the first fight that Kong does have a vertical on him. I mean, those ships were, well, in Kaiju, like Kaiju feet, they weren't far apart. They wouldn't be very far apart, but he did, jump from one ship. He jumped over like 4 ships and jumped to the other one. So we know Kong does have a vertical over him. So jumping over Godzilla's tail wouldn't be too far of a stretch.
I guess. But it just depends on,
But yeah, you did say that this isn't a battlefield like a city where Kong can climb. So it may be a good chance Godzilla can hit him with.
Right.
Because if this was a battlefield like in Hong Kong, where Kong can just, okay, I'm gonna hide behind this building, wait for him to, come this way, throw something to distract him, and then I'm gonna sneak up on him and get the upper hand.
Well, I mean, oh, my bad. You keep going. I apologize.
No, I'm sorry. You can go.
Okay, yeah, but we saw that. We saw him do that. Yeah, he caught Godzilla off guard. But even with Kong throwing these punches on Godzilla's back, Godzilla was not fazed by any of that. And remember, you admitted to this. This is him at 50%, mind you. And as soon as he got a grab of Kong's arm and his bite force, I don't know if I mentioned this. Hold on. His bite force is around 374,786,000 psi. So if he were to actually legitimately bite into that thing with that full force, he would have lopped Kong's hand off. And let's just say, for instance, like what happened in the movie, he grabbed him and with his teeth alone flung him across the city, making him hit a building, dislocating Kong's shoulder.
Yes. Okay. As far as the bite force go, that is, Godzilla does have a very powerful bite force. I mean, we've seen Kong get bit by multiple skull crawlers at one time.
Those are nowhere near his PSI. Those are like baby bites compared to Godzilla's bite. For instance,
he took the Queen skull crawler's bite at 14.
But even so, like with Godzilla, that bite force is still very, very much stronger than the Skullcrawlers ever have. No matter which Skullcrawler you talk about, it's still very, very much more powerful.
Well, yeah, you're correct there. But even when Kong did, we go back to when Kong did sneak up on him in the city. When Kong kind of did for a split second have the upper hand.
When?
When he snuck up on him, he grabbed Godzilla's head and everything. And when he did that, what did Godzilla do?
He
fired his breath off. It's not.
Wait, are you talking about during the third fight?
Yeah. When Godzilla got back up.
I don't think he ever did because Kong was on his back. Godzilla was literally going back into buildings trying to hit Kong off his back, and that did affect Kong. You could actually see it. And then Kong went through, punched him in the face, but then Godzilla grabbed him by his arm and then flung him, and then that's when things started just going insane.
Oh yeah, by the way, going into Godzilla versus Kong, I admitted that Godzilla, as I admitted here, Godzilla did outclass Kong in pretty much majority of all categories.
Okay. So does that mean I win?
No,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Because,
I'm kidding.
No, because let me say this. Godzilla could have. I got it. Godzilla got. He could have done better than that.
Well, yeah, he was at 50%. That's true. Yeah.
I mean, no. I mean, better isn't. And it's gonna sound crazy, but just bear with me. Please do not laugh at me.
Okay.
Better isn't sportsmanship wise.
Okay. And to go off of that, I'm not trying to be mean about it, but you have to remember this is also a animal fight. There are no rules.
Well, of course. I just feel like, because Godzilla, and because a lot of people say when I say God Kong, a lot of people say, how can you say Kong's a god when Godzilla made him bleed too? Well, yeah, Kong wasn't the god in the fight. He had to bring the fight to Godzilla. Well, actually, Godzilla brought the fight to him.
Pretty much, yeah. He gave him an opening.
Yeah, so Kong had to beat him. You get what I'm saying?
I think so. Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to.
Godzilla was the champion. He was the one that the humans looked at like, okay, this is a top dog.
Right.
Kong is just somebody as a just in case option. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like even the humans didn't believe that Kong actually could beat Godzilla. And this calls back to my and you say you didn't understand it, and I'm glad I bring it up now. This goes back to my Iron Man 2 reference. If Ivan Vanko told Tony, if you can make God bleed, then people will no longer believe that he exists. And if that's not
okay. Nothing, keep going. No, keep going. Keep going.
Okay, yeah, and if that's not good enough, like in Batman v Superman, when Lex Luthor told the Senator, I don't know if you're still familiar with the movie.
Yeah. Okay.
If God is, I'm sorry, take it on.
How does this have any pertinence to the debate at hand over who would actually win in a fight?
Okay. I feel we did kind of get off track with it. I feel like that fight would definitely be Kong's fight because like I said, the battlefield plays goes into play. You guys didn't choose a big city where Kong can, maneuver. But even in close combat, I give that fight to Kong because Godzilla is, besides his breath, he is, fast in a way, but not as fast as Kong. And he doesn't think as quick as Kong does.
I would beg to differ, because so I'll give it to Kong. Okay, speed-wise, yeah, I give it to him. But, and I'm going to take 2 points here. One being the crocodile mode. If anything, that one equals, if not surpasses Kong. Because you saw how, whenever he goes into crocodile mode, Kong cannot keep up. And he's able to get on all fours. He's able to run. He's able to jump. He's able to scratch. And again, Kong didn't know what to do. He was on the floor, like, panicking. So if that takes into account, which is, you can take that into account, what would Kong do? How would he be able to, even without the broken arm, how would he be able to, counteract that?
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. Repeat the question again. The question is...
Okay, so if Godzilla is in croc mode, him being as fast, if not faster than Kong in that mode, how do you think Kong is going to counteract that? Because we saw in the movie that he was unable to do that.
I mean, how does that... Well, that's what I was saying about the sportsmanship. I mean, Kong is on his back. It's not much he can.
Sportsmanship means nothing. Please drop that point.
Which part?
The sportsmanship thing. Okay. I'm sorry. It has no pertinence to the debate at hand. It means nothing for whether or not he would win.
Wait, so does that include my point?
No.
Okay.
Green, your whole your point is all right. Just
okay.
This topic of sportsmanship, it doesn't mean anything to the debate at hand.
Okay. Sorry, take it down. But like I was saying, close combat. We've seen who's the better hand-to-hand fighter.
Which is Godzilla. Because we saw how he's able to get third fight, hand-to-hand. He's able to outclass Kong. Remember, Godzilla adapts and evolves throughout a fight. Same thing with Ghidorah. And the Mutos, as well as Muto Prime, and Shinomura, and Scylla, and Tiamat. All of them.
And Kong can learn as he fights as well. But like I said a while ago, when we first got started, Kong was more. It's not. He could fighting Godzilla, but you got to worry about the atomic breath. It's kind of like fighting an opponent who has a gun. Yeah, you're beating him up, but at the same time, you have to worry about what if this guy shoots this gun.
But
then you're a goner.
You have to remember, Kong also had an axe that was able to deflect that. Now, if you're saying
not for the third fight he did,
but he didn't use it. He didn't use the atomic breath during the third fight. Not once. It was all hand to hand.
He spammed it the whole battle, and Kong was worried about it. Would you not be worried?
He's not worried. Did you see? Okay, I'm gonna be okay. Second fight, you saw he was jumping from building to building, right? Blocking it. He was not afraid of it. He was not afraid of it. He had the axe. He got it. He pulled a little 360 behind the back kind of thing with the top of the building, and then he jumped in with the axe. He was not afraid of it.
Okay, so now flash forward to the third fight without the axe.
Yeah, without the axe. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah,
now
he still lost.
Back to square zero.
Yeah, he lost. Hand-to-hand combat.
Because he was more worried about the
no,
Kong would not. Godzilla is not. He's not to be feared for his combat. He's to be feared for his power. I'm pretty sure as a Godzilla fan, you can agree with me on that.
Kong was afraid of the fact that Godzilla got on all fours, started taking this fight seriously, and beat Kong up. Croc mode. He grabbed Kong. You would be afraid too. If somebody grabbed you by the arm and swung you at least 3 blocks away, you'd be afraid too. You wouldn't know what to do in that situation. And then have him come after you immediately afterwards with no time to recover? I'd be afraid too.
Yeah, especially if they had a beam that they can shoot at any time.
He didn't shoot it!
That doesn't mean that he couldn't. Like, he still has it.
Even if he did, he would have killed Kong immediately then and there. It would have been done. Gone. But he didn't. Because he knew. Yeah, because he knew he would win in a hand-to-hand combat. He would. And he did. It's the same thing with the boat scene. It's the same thing.
I think my point is kind of going over your head a little bit. What I'm saying is this. Let's use me and you, for example. I hope that's cool with Tekkadan. For example, if you're fighting me and I have a gun, you're beating me, but I can easily shoot this gun at any time. Are you going to chance that? You're not worried about me fighting because you're beating me up.
But you're using...
Hand to hand.
This is a circular argument. This is a circular argument. Because Kong does have a weapon. He has a weapon. I know you're using this off of the Godzilla vs. Kong thing. He has a weapon that can counteract that. So if you're using the human with the machine gun, I should have something that could counteract that, like a shield or something like that. So again, I'm not going to be afraid of it. If it is bulletproof, I am not going to be afraid of that.
But then again, Killian, you have to remember that.
No, Killian, again, this argument means nothing. Stop trying to use it.
Okay.
You're still going on this. You're still I know you're not specifically saying it, but you're still going on this sportsmanship argument that I've told you has no pertinence to this debate. It has no pertinence on who is going to win in a fight. If anything, what you're doing is you're giving Greenlee more to use and win with. If anything, with the way that you're trying to argue this. So what I would recommend you do is drop that argument because it doesn't have any pertinence, and if anything, it's helping your opponent.
Well, yeah, I wasn't even really speaking on the sportsmanship no more. When Grant said, because when you say, Godzilla beat Kong in hand-to-hand combat, I want to come back and say, oh, yeah, he did that, but only because Kong was worried about his breath. It's not that's what I was saying. That's why, even on TikTok, when we were going back and forth about the take away the axe, take away the powers, who would win, and a fist fight, with that. I mean, did Godzilla get the upper hand on Kong in the third fight? Absolutely. But why did he get that upper hand on him?
Because he's better. It's because Godzilla's better. In a hand-to-hand combat, without the axe, okay, even without the atomic breath, all right, Godzilla has the strength. It's even confirmed by the director that Godzilla is in fact stronger than Kong. And even in the fight in Hong Kong, like you said this yourself, Godzilla is at 50%. Now Kong was beaten by Godzilla at 50%. Imagine if it was at 100, even without the breath whatsoever.
I see your point.
Exactly. So if at 100%, Godzilla would give Kong the work, and I mean legitimately. It's the same thing. I'd go as far as to say it'd be the exact, now this is without the nuke, the same fight as it was with whenever Godzilla met Ghidorah for the third fight. It'd be kind of like that. Godzilla, no holds barred, just going in there, full throttle, beating the crap out of Ghidorah. Just absolutely juiced.
Okay, so where was that when the first fight? Godzilla was at 100% capacity during the first fight, and as a matter of fact, Kong wasn't.
He was! No, okay, I've debunked this. Here's the thing. He was not. This sedation, regardless of what you use, there is a 24 to 48 hour period that Kong was awake. He was at 100% in that fight. I have debunked this more than 5 times. He was fine. If he was sedated, he would not be able to move. It's the same thing with us. If we were sedated, right, and we woke up, we are tired. We cannot do anything. Adrenaline is not going to help you in this battle. You are not going to move that fast. There is no way. He was fine.
Okay, argument accepted.
Okay,
I mean,
wrap this up in at most the next 30 minutes.
Okay.
That's what we need to do.
Well, I'll make my conclusion first, if that's okay with Grant.
Fine, you can go ahead. It's fine, you can go.
Okay. Well, okay. I got Kong winning the fight against Godzilla, especially if he has the axe. I got him winning the fight against Godzilla with the axe because, and as a matter of fact, we can make Godzilla at 100% because that's only fair. I got Kong winning because the axe can battle Godzilla's power back. Kong can learn as he fights. Kong is a better martial artist than Godzilla. And yeah, that's why I got he has a better fighting style, a better fighting technique than Godzilla has. And that's why I got Kong winning the fight.
Okay, for me, I've got Godzilla winning the fight with or without the axe, because as we saw, the axe didn't do anything. Even when it impaled Godzilla, didn't even feel anything. Durability-wise, able to tank everything Kong threw at him. Same thing with Mechagodzilla, but we won't get into that. Not to mention, he was able to, I wouldn't say tank, but he was close enough to feel the Permian extinction. Able to tank an oxygen destroyer. Granted, he was dying at the moment, but he still survived. Attack, obviously much stronger. It was even confirmed by the director that he was stronger. And as well as being able to match the, the fighting style of Kong, because he's able to adapt, evolve, and do all of that during a fight. How else would he have been able to against other creatures like Ghidorah if he was not able to? Let me back up. If he wasn't able to evolve or adapt during a fight, he would not be where he is today. Same thing with Ghidorah, Muto Prime, Shinomura, Scylla, Tiamat, all of them, Amuluk. So I've got Godzilla winning from durability, attack, smarts, as well as battle tenacity, or another word for it being battle genius.
And his power.
With or without the power. With or without it, he would still win.
Okay. You sure about that?
I am positive, because like I said, third fight, didn't even use it once. And overpowered Kong, again, at 50%.
Okay. Take it down.
I'm gonna be completely honest, because I had someone watching the debate DMing me throughout this. They said something very similar to what I'm going to say here. The other debates were high diffs. Dear Killian, I'm gonna be honest. Greenlee, you kind of slaughtered in this. I'm gonna be wholeheartedly honest with you. Holy shit, I am impressed. Because not only did you debunked and countered every single thing that Killian was tried to use, you were very aggressive with your rhetoric, and it worked so well. Holy shit.
Killian, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you. Really, I really appreciate you stopping by. I know I lost my cool there a little bit, and I really apologize. It's just, I really do apologize. Thank you again. I am very sorry.
Yeah, thank you, man. You kept it. No, even though you lost it, cool. You did keep the debate friendly. You, Spinach, and Bowie did. I don't. Well, me and Tekkadan have yet to battle. That's what the part 2 is for. But thank you for having me.
I really appreciate you being
speaking
here.
Of part 2, I'm being spammed with debate Killian now.
They want that.
Time.
I mean, that's up to Killian. I'm not gonna. If he doesn't want to stay, he doesn't have to. That's up to him,
you, man.
That's up to you, Killian.
Okay, well, like after debating Grant, and I'm not one to afraid to admit when I am humble. After debating Grant, because like you said, Tekkadan, Grant kind of did put his foot on my neck. And
I wouldn't say that. I'm not that mean. I'm not that mean.
your research and your facts were, buddy. But I feel like I need more time.
I got you, man. I got you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm completely, because I already, like, during that last game, I'm like, okay, a little bit of adrenaline going in because that was fun as fuck to listen to.
Yeah, I understand, because if this is what Grant,
dude,
if this is, I'm listening.
No, like, if you need more time to prepare, then be my guest, and I look forward to that, and I look forward to part 2 of this, because that is going to be hella fun to watch.
When do we want to do that? Actually, when do we want to do part 2? I just need to know.
When is best for you guys?
Well, I'm fine whenever. I'm good till Thursday. I have nothing going on.
I get off of school. Oh wait, no, I have to go into work at 4:30 tomorrow, so tomorrow won't work.
Okay.
Well, I have to take my mom and pick my mom up from work every day this week.
Does Tuesday work? Because I could do 2 o'clock my time.
I'd have to add it. Killian, is that good for you?
Oh no, it'd have to be a weekend.
Okay. All right. How does Saturday or Sunday? Just let me know.
Yeah, that'll probably be good, Saturday or Sunday.
Okay. All right. All right. I'll ask. I guess we'll just Discord or whatever. So yeah, that was that. All right, so wait, are you oh god, Tekka, are you going?
Gotta go.
Are you? Oh, you're not. Okay, you're not. Okay. Again, Killian, thank you for joining. I really do appreciate it. And I look forward to next week.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Grant. It was fun.
It was really fun. Take none of it to heart. It's all friendly. I know I lost my cool, and I don't do that usually, and I really do apologize.
No, thank you, man. You just taught me, because if this is all the facts you can say behind legendary Godzilla, imagine what our Tekkadan can say.
We should wait for Spinach to be able to talk about a time.
Okay, yeah. Can we all we can talk in the Discord if that's okay?
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
Before we discuss a time, let's make sure Spinach knows.
watch us be on Saturday. Yo, you didn't know? And he's like, what? Whoa, hold on. Whoa, no. He's like, what? Hey, you didn't tell me. So, all right. So I'm gonna end it there. So, thank you all so much for watching. That was part 1 of the Kaiju debate. Again, Killian, thank you for joining. Spinach can't hear me. Thank you for joining. Bowie, thank you for joining. Tekka, you left too quick. Thank you for joining. And we will pick this back up next Saturday. So again, thank you all. Thank you. And I will see you all in the next one. Peace! Ow.
Fun.
fine after all.